Let's do it, friends. Day number 2 of MNCS Season 7. This is Major number 2, Championship Weekend. We've made it through our group stage, and now we're into the actual bracket where, where things count the most. And there's 3 people on your screen. Well, there's technically 3, but some guy has a logo. No idea why.
I'm a person too, Stu.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Logos are people too, Stu.
No. Logos are not people. That is incorrect. But yeah, no, Fiddlesticks on my left. I'm in the middle, as you can see. Hi, Quick on the right. This should be a good one. We're looking forward to some incredible matches. Of course, taking a look at our schedule. We've made it to the actual championship bracket, like I said. So the first match is going to be a quarterfinal match. The Rhythm and the Miracles. And guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but I think Quick knows, but Fiddlesticks doesn't. I put this to a vote. I actually sent this in the Challenger League chat and asked them, what match do you guys want to see on stream? And I said, you know what? They voted for this match, and this is the one that we got. Fiddlesticks, are you looking forward to this one? Because it's going to be a really good one.
Yeah, I am looking forward to this. And, yesterday we see Burnsville drop out. And so now just some space is created in that bracket with the Miracles and the Rhythm going at it. I know it's your old crew with the Miracles, and you're kind of handing the reins off a little bit, Stewie, but this is, with you jumping out, we'll see if they can kind of continue doing what they're doing with Ledge coming in. But I think this is a huge matchup, great matchup for getting that placement set up for as we jump into the major and the rest of this tournament. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Quick, what are you looking forward to most in this match right here?
Yeah, these are some pretty high caliber teams. I did a bracket beforehand just to see how I was kind of feeling about these matchups heading into tonight, and I have this one being taken by Rochester in Game 7. I think that the Minneapolis squad is very strong. However, this Rhythm squad is very, very smart. These are guys who get really good touches and great passes out. So it's really going to come down to if the Miracles can figure out how to shut that down. If they can stop the team play from the side of the Rhythm, I think that there's a chance they could take it. But the Rhythm are just such a strong, smart team that it's going to be tough for any of the teams to take this. I mean, personally, I have them taking this all the way to the end here. But as far as this first match goes, I got to say Rochester has the upper hand.
I have to agree. And looking at these groups very quickly, Lumberjacks, Barons, Rhythm, and Flyers all 2-0 in their groups. The Miracles, you see, of course, second finishing out. Mankato second, St. Paul and Bloomington all making out. And then Duluth, Hibbing, Brainerd, and then the illustrious Burnsville Inferno, which very interesting. And coming out of the groups, this is where they're seated. You see the top side, Lumberjacks, Maulers, Flyers, Atlas, and then the bottom side is an absolute bloodbath. Barons, Senators, Rhythm, and Miracles. And a reminder, if the Rhythm and Miracles, if either of these teams make it to that final, I believe if one of them makes it to the final, whichever one does will get that second land qualification spot. What sucks is Burnsville, despite going 0-2, they still have enough points to solidify it. So.
Sucks. Wow. All right.
Yeah,
we
it
got
sucks,
opinions
for
tonight.
me. I mean,
we got
it sucks for
opinions.
anybody else. But,
there.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
all best of sevens. Quick, we already heard his prediction. He has the Rhythm in 7. I have the Miracles in 6, actually. I believe this is going to be a Miracles series to win. Fiddlesticks, your prediction before we jump into it.
Well, I was also thinking Miracles in 6. It feels a little boring, but I think I might stick with it. I think they have showed a lot of promise this season. I think Ledge coming in is going to be huge for them.
Starting lineup's incorrect, of course, because they have me on there instead of Brando, but it is Brando Orlando in there, and it should be a good one. We're about ready to get into the game. Lobby is loading on. Players are joining the game. This is where you make your mark. If you have our predictions in, this is the first match, the top side, one of the quarterfinals. Of course, going to be the Rhythm and the Miracles. Best of 7. Not a best of 5, reminder. So a little more games to play with, but that just means we got some more Rocket League to mess around with, friends. It should be absolutely.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, we currently have 5 teams competing for that spot to auto-qualify for LAN. Currently number 1, as you mentioned, the Burnsville Inferno auto qualifying, but that number 2 spot is still up for grabs. The Barons, the Rhythm, Miracles, and the Flyers are all still in contention to be able to auto qualify. So these are some huge games that we have coming up for these guys. I mean, if Rochester loses this or if Minneapolis loses this, their season isn't exactly over. However, they do have an extra step that it will take in order to make it to that live grand final. So definitely looking for who can step up and handle these stressful situations as Dicey rips one on net, barely put off by Liege. A great read from him. He's going to put this one to the corner, looks for the double tap, and he's just off. Oh my gosh, I am loving what I'm seeing from this Miracles squad. Really was hoping to see them come out firing on the offensive fronts, and I mean, fiddlesticks, it sure looks like they are.
Yeah, they have so far. They've had some good defensive pressure, or good defensive stands as well, to some early pressure from the Rhythm. You had a couple good saves on the back line from the Miracles. So they're coming out, all parts of their game are kind of firing right now, which is exactly what you want to see. As Wolf tries to go through that corner, but can't. The ball pops out to mid. Ledge is gonna 50 with Dicey. Now we have Brando, or star, as you guys see on your screen, I'm sure that we do, going up for that one. But yeah, Stewie, 2 minutes gone, nothing happening yet as far as the scoreboard. There's been nothing incredibly threatening either. There's been some good possession out of the Miracles, I'd say more so than the Rhythm, but nothing crazy threatening. How are we gonna see that breakthrough?
More than likely, it's going to come quick. It's going to be a fast play like a bump on the back line. They're going to escape out of it, but yeah, these two teams went to 7 the last time. Of course, they had me instead of Ledge. But Ledge, a very capable player, a defensive player, if you will. But right now, it's not defense is what the Miracles do not need at the moment. Looking to hold their line, they do as the Rhythm rattle the inside post, and some early pressure from them off of that play on their own defensive line. These two teams, 3 of the fastest players in the game. We're going to see some high-paced gameplay, that's for sure. Some of the 3 of the best ground players, I will say, all able to flick the ball, all able to demo plays too, but no one there from the Rhythm to take the shot. And over halfway done in this game, no one has scored just yet.
Yeah, we've had a lot of midfield possession that's just kind of going back and forth. If it's been in the offensive zone, it's just kind of bouncing from corner to corner to corner, and no one's getting a lot of touches there in that middle area. So we'll see Ledge here, see if he can get the ball in. He doesn't have the boost to do anything with it, so the ball's going to get banged out to Dicey, who just pops it on to DeCarlo. DeCarlo pops for himself. He's up alone. He gets one touch, doesn't control off of the ceiling. Brando pops it to the mid. Ledge gets one to the back post, but it's a little bit too high. Can't get that on target, and so we stay at 0-0. Quick, still 0-0, minute and a half left. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's kind of tough here. I feel like we've got some better team plays coming out from Rochester, but Minneapolis is not relenting as they put another one on net. I mean, just taking a look at the shots here, we have 9 shots on side of the Miracles and only 4 shots coming out for the Rhythm so far. So as we approach the last minute of gameplay here, I mean, one of these teams is going to have to figure out how to get this ball past the defenders. They both are just kind of playing their own game of Rocket League, and nobody has really figured out how to adapt and play around the opponent yet. We're going to see Wolf with a massive 50, leaving that ball out towards center. Going to get cleared away by Minneapolis. DeCarlo with an opportunity, gets cut out by Burf. Ball just slips underneath the top crossbar. Oh, what a massive goal for Burf with only 45 seconds left. That's huge for them, Stewie.
Massive challenge off that side wall, and Brando not able to get back in time. I honestly think, though, that this is going to be a series where it's going to be decided by 1, 2, possibly overtime games. So for the Miracles to maybe strike out the kickoff, they find a great play with Ledge on the possession. Dicey there in the way of that infield pass. He only got 30 seconds on the clock. And, Fiddlesticks, this is a game that likely might be decided by only 1 goal, but Miracles are on the prowl.
Yeah, it does look like it'll only be 1 goal in it, unless Brando has something to say about it. He doesn't there. Ledge now trying to play the ball off the corner, just kind of throws it into the offensive zone. We've been seeing a lot of that, is just a little bit of kickball coming out of the Miracles. They have some opportunities for possession, and they have a boost advantage, and they're just throwing the ball away instead. But they have 4 seconds here to try to make something of it. 2 men up, and the ball looks like it is going to touch down at the end of game 1, going to the Rhythm.
What an incredibly huge 50 from Wolf there to kill that ball. Miracle's not relenting at all as that game wound down, looking for every shot opportunity that they could, but unfortunately the defense from the Rhythm is just going to be too much. I mean, they were able to sneak one past the Miracles, and that was all that it really took. Like I mentioned, both of these teams kind of feeling like they're just trying to play their own game, not necessarily doing what needs to be done that deviates from that in order to beat the opponents. So, I mean, taking a look at the stats, I think it tells the whole story. 10 shots from the Miracles, 6 shots from the Rhythm, but those 7 saves from the Rhythm, it just way too much. They're having more success on their own defensive side, and arguably they're getting better quality goal opportunities here, having less shots and more goals than the Miracles. So I'm really curious how the Miracles are going to respond heading into game number 2, because they can't keep playing with that same play style.
It's true. It's going to take a lot more than what we got to break this Rochester line. They're so good on defense. They win by 1 goal. That's all they need. They're happily going to play that, but I firmly believe Minneapolis is going to bring a different sledgehammer into this game to knock down the ball. It's got to be something more
They'll
organized, more challenge-based, if you will. But Rochester not going to break through that first game, and now Minneapolis only down by 1, but we got a best of 7, so we got plenty more games to go. It's going to be a great list this week.
Yeah, the only thing I worry about for Minneapolis at the end of that game is I never felt like they were about to score in that game.
I agree.
There was not a moment where I was like, oh, this definitely is their opportunity. They need to create some of those opportunities, and I noticed a couple of missed boost steals, things like that, and in a 1-goal game, those matter. So I'll be curious if Minneapolis is able to just do the small things a little bit better here quick as we jump into game 2.
You know, to play off of that, I think you're exactly right. I would really like to see more demos coming out from the side of the Miracles. Open up a little bit more space, either on the back check or if you're picking off that defender that's sitting in net. I mean, those inches are going to matter in this series. These teams are clearly evenly matched. So I'm really looking for the Miracles to do those little things, like you said, that will separate them apart. And I really think that maybe getting aggressive and picking off a player or two would be huge for them. But Wolf is going to take this ball. He's going to dribble past all the defenders. That is just going to be free unless Brando can barely get a touch. Keep it off. Another touch. Beats a second offender. And oh my gosh, what a great touch by DiCarlo to stop it. Oh my gosh, you guys. What a massive play from the Miracles to stop the Rhythm from going up by 1 in game number 2.
Defensive stance. It's what both of these teams do so well. All 3 really great individual defenders. Team defense, though, a whole different aspect. Pillow has a 50 here. He does. Wolf lying in wait. We'll get by 1. Ledge there to take it.
Oh, just free.
I mean, no, it's gonna hit the post. And then but DiCarlo has the save, and now we're going back down the rest of the field, right back into Rhythm territory. How in the hell do the Miracles have not been scored on yet?
This one is the Rocket League gods are just toying with us at this point. A nice attempt by Wolf there, going up for Dicey. Dicey also missing. Burf waiting, finally deciding to go for it, but he's just going to throw it to the corner where we can collect some boosts from Brando, get a nice little touch over Dicey. Wolf backing up, which is never what you want to do, and there you go with Ledge, getting a goal in an awkward situation for the Rhythm.
Oh man, Rochester just getting caught awkward, I think. Ledge just kind of left to do whatever he wanted there. Wolf backing up into the net, not able to re-challenge on that ball. It's going to leave it open, and first time that Minneapolis is leading here. That could be huge as they almost converted into a second one off the kickoff there. Burf looking to make a play. It's going to get cleared out by Minneapolis. They're going to control this ball in the offensive end. Great read by DiCarlo, shuts off Wolf's opportunity. Dicey feeding it up the field, going to get cut off by the defender. DiCarlo keeping it in his own corner. Great 50 off of Burf, frees this ball out towards mid. Ledge getting a touch on it, nothing too crazy. A great 50 by Burp will allow Rochester to control this ball back out towards middle. Wolf now looking for the solo play. This is somebody who has a lot of mechanical ability. Really looking for him to kind of step up here, Stewie, on this Rochester squad. I mean, I would argue Wolf probably has the most mechanical ability on that roster.
I would have to agree, Quick. He's a person who could be in Premier, easily could contend for a Premier spot, has been in previous seasons. and now finds himself in
rip!
challenge. Another massive denial by the Miracles defense as Burf slams at upper 90, and Minneapolis making the plays on defense. That is what you want to see from them. Now on offense, testing Burf's defense, and this is what I wanted to see out of the quarterfinals, friends. This is a match for the ages already.
Yeah, that first game right now feels like it was a feeling out game for these teams. They both have just opened up a little bit in this game, and they're really pushing forward. It's been a lot of fun as Burf throws one into the corner. Wolf now trying to come out into the corner himself, unable to get control. Ledge dropping one into the mid. Can DeCarlo get there for the 50? He does. Wolf now once again trying to play off of the sidewall after cutting in. Does get a pass to Burf. Another ball off the back wall, and another ball into the corner for the Miracles as they continue to defend. They just keep defending attack after attack after attack right now as they attempt to get another goal as the ball just sat there at midfield. Minute left here. A shot on target. Is it on? It is, with Burf just barely catching that left post and in.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Rochester's defense just a little bit better, but their offense also just a little bit better. Going to tie this game up now 1-1. Under a minute to go here. I think we're quickly approaching a golden goal opportunity. That is a huge kickoff for Rochester. Burf bullying it past one. Ledge is going to get control in his own corner. A 50 is going to free this ball up, though. Burf picking up for Rochester, tries to take it to the wall. He's controlling, but DeCarlo is going to cut this off. Wolf puts it back out. Here's an opportunity. Brando puts this on, but Dicey makes the save. What a great dive from him. Reading that shot, I thought that one was going in for sure. Wolf getting a 50. That's on net. DeCarlo, free pickup, though. Great challenge by Burf. Rochester keeping up the aggression. And they get cleared away by Ledge, and Wolf is looking to put this to a teammate, but a fantastic cut up there, Stewie, by DeCarlo. I mean, speaking of players that have played up and down in leagues, DeCarlo is somebody that has a lot of experience in this league, and I think that that's huge for him. Is Wolf a great clear away? We begin to approach 0 seconds. Brando puts this one up. Ledge tries to read it, but it's put away. Golden goal, game number 2 here, Stewie. Oh my gosh.
We're on the edge of our seat right now. What a pass to Brando, bottom right. Tried to find the slot, but Ledge there on the turn. Now going to keep the pressure up. Wolf, though, better in play, catching the ball, taking the 50. Burning time for his defenders behind him. Brando going to keep the pressure up, but Dicey, long clear downfield, finds Wolf. Tries the redirect. Now Burf on the follow-up, gets by 2 players. Just Brando left back alone, but he waits for Wolf to give him the ball, but is going to be dunked away by Burf into the corner. Now Ledge going to take it out, find the pass to the middle, but beautiful back pass from Rochester Rhythm. Trying to keep possession on the field. Doing very, very well. If they find this game win, it would be a steal, and they'd be up 2-0. Minneapolis who held the lead for pretty much all game, Fiddlesticks. And now this is probably one of the more important games in the series if Rochester is able to wait, if they're able to win it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. They, as you said, they went up 1-0, but they have just been on the back foot for a while here. Minneapolis has. They really could use some possession to ease this pressure as DeCarlo tries to do that, but he's going to get beat to it by Wolf. Wolf following his own touch. Ledge is going to try to do the same. Can't beat Dicey to that ball. Dicey, though, just pops to Brando. Brando throws it to the back wall. He's going to try to take a 50 with Burf. Doesn't. Also misses the boost steal, so he's going to have to drop to get boost. We have a tactical fake coming out with a shot on target. Brando unable to get it on that follow. Dicey now trying to get a 50 with Brando. Wolf instead is going to just put it to the wall. We have DeCarlo with a full tank of boost. He gets a touch to himself, trying to follow it up. We have a pre-jumper in the middle. 2 players go for it from Minneapolis. No one has it. Ledge gets a 50 out to the corner. 2 minutes into overtime, Minneapolis finally starting to pick things up for themselves, trying to get this one tied back at 1-1. Quick, how are we going to see this one end?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea. This Minneapolis team that we have seen over the last minute here is a completely different squad than we have seen throughout the series. I mean, heading into the end of regulation time, Rochester just blowing me away with their tight team passes, feeding each other, keeping control of the ball. And shot's going to be out for DeCarlo, and they're going to score. But this offense that we saw come out from Minneapolis in game number 2 during the overtime was a completely different team. They just kept Rochester on the back foot the whole time, kept on aggressing the ball in the corners, getting those soft touches, trying to get the ball center, beating defenders where they could, and that's going to lead to them winning this game and tying it up, and that's a massive win, Stewie. I mean, going up 2-0 in a best of 7. I mean, even in a best of 5, that's huge. Any sort of momentum that you can have to carry into the next game is momentum that will potentially carry this team into qualifying for LAN.
Massive, absolutely massive for your momentum, guys. Going into this, the second game, it was important that Minneapolis even the series up. They do exactly just that, and because of it, they held. I mean, they held the 1-0 lead like we were talking about all game long. They get down to what, something that close to, of course, giving up that lead, and some doubt forms in their mind as to, why is Rochester coming back every single time? Why do they always have an answer for us? And then going into the overtime, you play, an extra 2-3 minutes, you finally get that open shot, and you make the most out of it. And the most important thing is both teams capitalizing on a lot of chances that they're getting, but we're seeing some incredible defense, Fiddlesticks.
Honestly, sorry to cut you off there, but this Rochester squad, this is a team that you got to work smarter against and not harder. And if the Miracles can figure that out, I think that would be huge for them.
Yeah, no, as we were watching, kind of looking at stats there, we saw those couple of saves that the Miracle made early in that game, running behind the stat line. And those were, first off, those saves were huge at the start of the game to keep themselves in it, get that momentum on their side. Second, that goal was created by Ledge going through, looking for a bump on the back line, and just kind of having some of that disruptive play that Quick was talking about after game 1. And they do it. It's one of the first times I really saw them looking for that backline demo. It results in an overtime goal to get the series tied up. So look for more of that from the Miracle here in game 3. See if they can just be disruptive. But like you said, play smart. Just get in the way, be a little more annoying.
100%. Fiddlesticks, they have the player who holds the record for most demos in an individual game in Ledge. It's the
what a pass!
24!
Oh.
Beautiful save, though, from Rochester. And like Quick said, Rochester's just one of those teams, a lot like Minnetonka and, of course, Burnsville, where they're so difficult to score on in certain moments where it just seems like they always have a save. Like we were just talking about, you have to be more creative on your offensive chances. Look for those backline demos. Try and find those infield passes. Something will go through, and I think Minneapolis starting to key in on that, but they don't have ball possession at the moment, and Rochester's starting to threaten much like they did in that first game.
Ooh, an opportunity for the Miracles there. Barely put off 2 opportunities. Great save from Dicey there to cut that shot off. We're going to see the ball stuck down on Rochester's end, and offward touch from Dicey leaves it over to Burf, but that'll be a free touch for Ledge to push on net. Stewie, we keep going back and forth on these teams, and it sure feels like whoever can strike first, that the momentum and the skill between these two teams is so similar that going up ahead at all is absolutely massive. I mean, these have been 1-goal games so far, and I really expect for whichever of these teams can figure out how to create a 2-goal deficit, that might become insurmountable as long as they can keep their rotations and their team plays together. Minneapolis has really figured it out as we begin to approach the 3-minute mark in game number 3 here, and if they can keep carrying this level of team play and this level of disruptiveness against the Rochester squad, they are suddenly looking at a chance to pull ahead in the series as Ledge puts that one on top left shelf. They go up by 2. Look at that, Stewie. Just like I was saying, I mean, they are not taking their foot off the gas.
Why would you? You got Burf on the back line all by himself. And a beautiful infield pass. These passes coming up from Minneapolis, really using each other on offense, and that's what we love to see. You got it's a team game, and you got to use everybody on your team, whether that be individually or mechanically with passes that way, or just straight up passing the ball without any cliff resets or fun things of that nature. Minneapolis really keying in on each other. It is working so far. A 2-goal lead. Fiddlesticks. I only see it growing more. They're finding a lot of the chances.
Oh.
They are finding the chances right now. They're finding the space. They're finding the chances. And I was about to say, I think they heard you as their former team member to go for those infield passes because they've just been looking for each other. They've been trying to just be creative in a way that they hadn't been up till now. As we have a couple team bumps happening from the Rhythm in their own net. Dicey is going to get it clear. Now we have Brando tracking back, going up for the ball. He gets a touch. He's going to try to get a second. Gets a good 50 with Burf. Wolf now throwing it off the back wall. It's going to pop up instead of out for his teammate. Ledge now getting another pass to DeCarlo. DeCarlo getting a touch to himself in the corner.
No way.
Oh, more boost, and that is goal of the night, I would say. I might call it right now if he had that boost. But instead, we have Wolf coming the other way, and DeCarlo with a beautiful stop. This back line quick for Minneapolis is looking great unless they give one up here. It's easy, but they don't. Burf gets the demo, and instead, quick, we have the ball escaping out of the Minneapolis line.
Yeah, man, just off for Rochester. I don't know if Burf meant to go for the demo there. Kind of seemed like the defender got the best of him, was able to clear the ball away, but Rochester immediately getting back on the attack as Wolf bangs it down. Shot is on, but there's a defender there. Oh my gosh, DeCarlo. I mean, if he's not going to score, you might as well make a big save. That's exactly the same thing, preventing the other team from trying to get back into this. And we are approaching 1 minute left in game number 3, and I am blown away by this Miracle squad. I keep saying it, but just they have figured out how to play smarter against this Rochester team. The passes that Ledge is setting up for his teammates, the challenges that DeCarlo is going for. I mean, even Brando Orlando, as a rookie this season, he is really showing off his game knowledge in this series here. So if they can keep this up as we approach under a minute here, headed into the next couple of games, this team might upset my whole bracket. This would completely flip my bracket upside down, Stewie.
There's the demo in the back line. Dicey spawns inside the post and tries to make a touch, but
awkward.
They're finding the smart plays at the right time. They're finding the plays, and it's happening. The shots is nearly on target, and Rochester, they're definitely putting on very, very good chances. It just, some things just aren't going through, and it's one of those days, believe me. I have experience with them where it just seems like that ball does not want to go in the opposing team's net, no matter what. 2-goal lead with 6 seconds left, and this looks to be the Miracles game, up 2-1 in the series, and they're only getting better as it goes on.
Yeah, this one was just the rhythm looked lost, I feel like, in this match. The Miracles, and the thing is, it doesn't feel like the rhythm are, their touches aren't worse. I don't think that their rotations are worse. I feel like the Miracles instead have just, you were saying it quick, the Miracle have figured something out about them, and they're playing around the rhythm in a way that they weren't in game 1, even in halfway through game 2. It just seems like the Miracles have, maybe they just warmed up, maybe they were late getting on, who knows? But it just seems like this is a squad that is ready to go the length here in this 7-game series.
Taking a look at the stats from this game, we just see more of the same. Miracles just creating as many opportunities as they can and looking to just get the ball on net. Every game, I believe, they have shot out the rhythm. But finally, it's kind of broken through that defense. Like, the amount of pressure that they're creating has cracked the rhythm squad. And, I mean, if they can keep carrying that up, they have finally gained momentum that they have not had throughout this series yet. They are now leading. So, I mean, I'm really looking for these guys to just keep doing what they do. Like I mentioned, that Rochester squad worked smarter, not harder. You need to make them fall into your traps. You need to be controlling the 50s when you're getting them and looking for those infield passes that are going to break up the defenders. We saw a couple of demos coming out from the Miracles, a couple coming out from the Rochester rhythm at the end there, trying to create some final opportunities. But the amount of defensive pressure from the Miracles, too much, and that shut them out. They're now going to lead 2-1. With this being a best of 7, that this next game for the Miracles puts Rochester on match point. And Stewie, I think that this Rochester squad is one that handles stress pretty well, as we see them absolutely come out swinging here.
And I hate to say it quick, Minneapolis made it all the way to the Major 1 Winners Final, played the Burnsville Inferno, went up 3-1 in the best of 7, and we choked it all the way around, and they beat us in 7.
Unfortunately, sometimes the better team wins.
The exact same thing happened against Rochester, who we met in the lower final, and choked a 3-1 lead against them in a best of 7. So, I mean, if you go up 3-1 here, that's definitely got to be in your mind. But this is a different team. You have a different player in Ledge who is, I would argue, a very good defender in his own right. It's appearing here in this series so far. So hard to score against Minneapolis at the moment. But Dicey finds a read off that backboard, and for now, Minneapolis happy to play some defense. They've done it all series long, and really they're finding the important plays. And to be a major champion, to be a team that wins it all, you see those highlight moments. You see the plays that are made, whether it be a goal on one end on a flip reset or a defensive stand like
DiCarlo! Huge! Oh my gosh, what a save.
Yeah, so Stu, are you saying that they want to lose this game? Don't take that 3-1 lead. Instead, are we looking for 2-2?
I'm not saying they want to lose it. I'm just saying that it might be more advantageous for them to not even think about it if it happens. So
that's very fair.
Honestly, just go into the if you win this game, go into the next game with no doubt in your mind, and you know, really just focus on winning as much as you possibly can. Play for each other, really. Flip reset from Ledge, trying to get something going for Minneapolis, but so far, bottom right shots. That Tesla, dicey. They can't find the follow-up, and Rochester with their own defensive stand.
Curse the lack of lateral movement in this game sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
We sit 2.5 minutes. We sit still at 0-0. Miracles have had a few really good opportunities here. Burf now challenging in his offensive corner and trying to leave for Dicey. A little bit of a double commit coming out here. We have a demo on the back line, 2 for the Miracle up. Can we get another bump? No, we cannot. The ball instead is going to get cleared down to the other side. This one is just... I feel like we should have had 3 goals in this one by now, and whether by happenstance, the gods, or a good save on the chance of a player's side, we're just stuck at 0 here in game 4.
That's on.
DiCarlo throwing one on. A little bit wide. DiCarlo's going to cut off his rotation for Ledge. Ledge now a little bit stuck in no man's land. He's going to have to drop all the way back. Brando now playing one off the back wall. Can't get the double into the middle as Dicey is going to wait for it to drop as he's low on boost. He didn't have anything to make a play off of his back wall. The ball kind of just rattling around in that offensive corner. DiCarlo now leaving space for Ledge. Ledge is going to wait instead. DiCarlo stealing boost, pulling out for Ledge. There's a wide open shot on net, but cannot finish. And here we are, stuck at 0-0. But instead, Brando is able to capitalize on a mistake. Slams it home for a 1-0 lead for the Miracles.
Massive read from Brando there, reading Burf's awkward touch, left him just a completely free ball, easy bottom right corner. They're going to go up by 1, and with only 1:18 left, Rochester's got to figure something out, and they got to figure it out fast. They need to get aggressive, and honestly, they need to do it without overcommitting that third man. I mean, if you see a second goal from the Miracles here, this is absolutely over.
This is
Wolf
dangerous.
trying to get this one on. Ledge going to cut him off. Ball is bouncing out towards center. Burf is up, but he's too wide. That was a huge opportunity as the Miracles defender is not able to read that bouncing ball and get onto it. Ball is now going to get banged down into Rochester side. Miracles on the offensive opportunity, but Burf cuts off the potential shot. A great touch by Lee, gets past 1, but Wolf is still there to cut that one off. 45 seconds left. Wolf is now going to carry this. He gets it past 1 defender. The shot by Dicey is going to get past the last defender, and they tie this game 1-1. Oh my gosh, what an absolutely crazy last minute of gameplay. Like I mentioned, this Rochester squad just going all out on their offense and finally beating those defenders to tie this game up.
38 seconds. That's all that was left in this game number 3 before Minneapolis go 3-1. Starting to find some offensive footing. Endo going for a redirect. Ledge goes missing. Now Burf. Last back gonna find Wolf. Oh, this is dangerous. Gonna have a Bree backboard read, but DiCarlo goes up quick and makes that touch. Now Brando. Ledge found a couple demos on rotation. Now Minneapolis with a counterattack. This is scary for Rochester. Not a lot of boost on their backline. Wolf goes missing. Now Burf goes missing. Only Dicey left. Brando goes early to try and keep the pressure. 4 seconds. What can Wolf find off the sidewall? Would be pumped off by Brando, and Ledge was on there. Falling down to the ground overtime in game number 4. Fiddlesticks. This is probably the most important overtime in the series.
Yeah, it is. I don't remember which of you said it early in game 1, but you said, we're going to see a lot of 1-goal games. We're going to see a lot of overtime games in this series.
Oh boy.
As Brando has an opportunity, but Burf is able to come over and make a really good save as we have entering into another overtime game here in our best of 7. Brando now trying to play off the corner to himself. He does. Can't get the double, however. The ball is just cleared downfield. Is it on target? I can't test the angle. It's wide. Burf now trying to drop the ball for Wolf. He does, but Wolf gets 50'd up by DeCarlo. Dicey is going to go ahead and wait for the ball as he carries it back into his own corner. Low on boost. Is he going to get bumped off? He does. He tries to stay with it. Ledge plays one just off the post as DeCarlo now throws it back in. Wolf looking for Burf off the sidewall. Burf with just not enough boost to make anything dangerous out of that. Ledge now, we have a demo on the back line, wide open net, and the goal scored. That is going to tie us up at 2-2 for the series going to Rochester.
Oh my gosh, absolutely massive for Rochester, getting the series tied. That eliminates that match point that they were fearing prior to that heading into overtime. But oh my gosh, what an incredibly tight game all the way to the end there. I mean, one thing that really stuck out to me was Brando Orlando on the side of the Miracles. He was not letting up whatsoever, not giving Rochester a single inch, but unfortunately, the team play for the Rhythm just a little bit too strong there, Stewie. I mean, just stronger defense, stronger offense, and they were able to take it.
Yeah, I mean, with how the series is going, guys, we're in for 7 this time.
At least are we going 8 or 9?
We're going 8 or 9. Best of 9. Let's do a best of 9. Let's just do it.
Let's change it up. Let's do a 9.
Best of 9. All right. Winner first. We're in for. I mean, right now we're going to 6, no matter what, because we're both even in 2. Yeah, still, guys. Really, Rochester just made the play at the end in overtime. They find the backline demos this time. They make the important plays on the important shots. But nevertheless, going into this 5th game, the swing game for a reason. Whoever wins this going up 3-2 in a very advantageous spot. But now, like I was talking about with the 3-1 lead, now it's 2-2. We could see a possible a different scenario if Minneapolis were to win this game. But let's see what happens. 5 more minutes on the clock, and one team gonna go up 3-2.
Minneapolis cannot blow a 3-1 lead if they never had it to begin with.
Exactly. Thank you, Fiddlesticks.
So
I love it.
And last game we saw Wolf, both with his skill on that first goal, getting a really, really nice dribble to a teammate for their first goal, and then getting the backline demo to create that goal in overtime. Wolf stepped up huge for the Rhythm in that game, and I'm curious if he can keep it going here as we jump into Game 5. Quick, what player are you looking at here today in Game 5 to see make the biggest difference on either side?
I mean, Wolf 100%. Like we had mentioned prior in this series, Wolf probably the most mechanical player on the side of Rochester. Huge opportunity there, but just a great read from Wolf. He's going to stop that one, potentially create an opportunity, but it should be free for Orlando to clear up. An awkward bounce gives Burf an opportunity. Ball is still out center. Dicey getting a piece of it, keeping it in front of the Minneapolis net. Ball does not quite bounce off the ceiling, and Wolf is going to challenge this one. And yeah, Wolf is the player that I'm really looking to see step up on the side of Rochester here. Burf, you know what? Maybe I'll change my mind. As soon as I said that, Wolf is the person I'm expecting to step up. Burf is the player I'm expecting to play better. I feel like he's had some pretty bad challenges and some pretty bad ball touches, and that's led to at least 1 goal last game. So kind of looking for him to clean it up on side of Rochester. But Stewie, these are your boys. You've been watching them play all night. What are you liking from this Miracle squad?
I like how active Ledge has been, right? On defense and on offense, creating plays for his team. I like how DeCarlo's playing as well, getting a lot of high beats on the ball, really speedy, and saving a lot of touches that were awkward for his teammates. So far, the only offensive thing that I would like to see more of is if they can create more one-on-ones with Brando, a dangerous player on the ground, and now finding a demo on the far side of the field on Wolf will take away pretty much any offensive chance that Rochester kind of had there, but still in the Miracles half, and DeCarlo again finding a long touch on the ball, but Dicey pinches it all the way back down, and now it's a counterattack on a counterattack as Rochester looks to set something up, but demo from Wolf will give them a chance. Only Brando last back. Ledge spawns on the ball side. Now 2.5 minutes left. We're halfway through Game 5, and nobody has found the back of the net just yet.
Yeah, as a Miracles fan, I'm a little bit nervous right now for the last 1.5 to 2 minutes. This ball has been stuck in the offensive zone for the Rhythm, and there we go, just finishing finally for the Rhythm. That was a goal that's been coming for a long time, it felt like, in this game.
Absolutely massive. They're going to go ahead, and as we approach, we're just under halfway here. Absolutely huge. Some scores coming in here, Stewie. Minnetonka losing to St. Paul.
What?
In game 5. Yeah, Minnetonka. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that backwards. St. Paul losing. Whoever typed this out put it in kind of sort of funky. Tonka winning. Yeah, I see in there, Timmy. Yeah, Tonka winning that one 4-1, and that is huge because that is one of the teams that both of these teams are directly competing against. It would have been very big for both the teams in this game to see them get knocked out. But that series, maybe unsurprisingly, going to Tonka. Very strong team and a great shot from Liege. Reading that one from down the field. 2 people caught off an awkward touch. I'm not sure if that was Burf or Dicey. Just kind of banged it into the wall, left it out to the Miracles, and you cannot be doing that. They're looking for any inch that they can have to try to pull ahead here. But so, yeah, tied up here, Stewie. That's a pretty big win for the Barons as they're going to continue to try to push to qualify for land.
So winner of this match does get Minnetonka Barons to confirm to beat St. Paul in 5. So that means St. Paul is done. Unfortunately, it's, you know, kind of interesting. Honestly, it's unfortunate, but you know, it happens. And St. Paul, a team that really did well in that group stage, but aren't able to make it out. Unfortunate situation because it is a single elimination. So if you're out, you're out. And, now one of these teams getting more points than they obviously are going to end with here, but in base right now. Rochester, unfortunately, giving up the tying goal, but I suppose it isn't affecting their mental at the moment. This series closer than ever. We're tied at 2 games. We're even at 1 apiece. And I'm hearing Bemidji lost in 6, and of course we'll have to get those score reports looked at. But yeah, Tonka beating the Senators in 5. I'm not sure, but if anyone can confirm it, if Bemidji did lose in 6, that would be the topside quarterfinal. It would mean that the Bloomington Maulers would be moving on to a semifinal match, which is important for them.
That would eliminate Bemidji,
yeah,
I believe.
Bemidji is, I believe, out of the tournament. The demo comes in, and they pinch it between each other. How in the hell does Rochester score?
Wolf doing the dirty work and then picking up the goal on the tail end, you know, just for kicks. Picking up the demo there in the net to clear space, and then as he's coming out from the squishy save, I guess, and just to get the touch to finish it. There's 7 seconds left here. Wolf now gonna win that 50, and looks like he's just gonna put this one away, and it does. As we have the Rhythm come back after dropping a couple in a row, picking up 2 in a row themselves. And they now have that series lead 3-2.
So huge. Not only do they have the series lead, they are now threatening match point. Coming back, stopping the Miracles from having that potential match point threat. Rhythm clawing their way ahead. I mean, taking a look at the stats on your screen, definitely both teams maybe taking a little bit of a breather here. Only 4 shots for the Rhythm and 2 shots for the Miracles. The first time, I believe, that the Rhythm have actually been able to outshoot the Miracles in one of these games. So pretty big for the Rhythm. Maybe finally figuring out what the Miracles had changed up to play against them and able to counteract that. Getting up, only a 1-goal game still, though. I don't know what either of these teams have changed in order to make it like that, Stewie. Rhythm, is there anything that you've seen? I'm honestly, the demos might be the separating factor here.
Yeah, I think that's what it's turning into. Also, we're hearing that St. Cloud over taking on Mankato in that other quarterfinal, up 4-0 right now in their series, or up 3-0 in their series, looking for the 4-0. So that would be the first clean sweep that we had tonight, but we had the one last time, the grand final. I'm hoping there's no clean sweeps in this grand final, but this one, this quarterfinal, not gonna have one. It's gonna be a good one, friends. You know, of course, you've got some interesting things going on, definitely for Rochester, able to score, of course, with 12 seconds left in that fifth game. Now, what does Minneapolis have on a return serve? What can they find?
Yeah, Minneapolis starting out on the front foot there, but we have Burf coming in, trying to make a mark on this game 6. DeCarlo now into the sidewall, is unable to get a good touch, so Brando throws it into the corner, but Wolf is going to get the boost steal and try to maintain possession for his team. Wolf dropping back, DeCarlo gets a touch into the back corner, but is unable to get past Wolf. Wolf still with another touch on the ball, just acting like an absolute single-person wrecking ball right now. As Brando throws it downfield, Dicey is going to be back for it, as it's going to be wide of the net anyway. Dicey trying to control out of his own half. He has 0 boost, so he's going to have to drop off the ball. Brando trying to get a bump, can't do that. Burf gets a good 50 at midfield, drops for Wolf. Wolf instead is going to take it backwards. Does get dunked by Brando, then gets demoed by Ledge. Now we have Brando once again in the corner, trying but cannot get past Dicey. Burf now to himself off the side wall, is going to wait for Ledge's touch. Takes it into the middle, leaves for Wolf. Wolf calls him off, has the back wall open, but cannot get the touch on net. Minute and a half gone. Both teams still really struggling to find that first goal.
The opportunity there is going to get cleared away by DeCarlo. Ball now down in Rochester's end. DeCarlo with a great 50. It's going to be open, and he can get on the other side of the ball. No boost needed. What an absolutely disgusting 50. How did that beat so many defenders? And
he didn't go.
Burf and Wolf doubled.
And they both fall for it. Oh boy, that one's a tough one to give up. But yeah, apologize, friends, for the Atlas Flyers series. The Atlas did lose it. I apologize. The Flyers won it 4-2, not 4-0. So that series is done. The St. Cloud Flyers meeting the Bloomington Maulers in our other semifinal already. Both teams winning in 6 games, and one of those teams going to the grand final, which is fairly interesting, that's for sure. Depending on who they'll face, but depending on who wins this series, one of them is getting Minnetonka in the other semifinal, and then we'll be able to show the bracket for you. But yeah, this is our last quarterfinal that's left. Other than that, you know, we've seen, I guess, what we expected so far, but of course St. Cloud able to take care of business. It's important for them, and they're playing. I like what I'm seeing from Minneapolis in this series, slowing down the ball in their plays. They're forcing out a lot of misses from Rochester in this 6th game.
Yeah, DeCarlo is just enjoying the fakes right now. He's slow playing a lot, like you said. He's just letting the rhythm kind of come at him instead, and handling their pressure as they do.
Oh, huge!
What a pretty double there, though, to tie it up. He says, I don't care. I am going to attack you if you're going to give me that space.
Burf and Wolf. The 2 players last game I was talking about who I was really expecting to kind of see step up in order for Rochester to begin winning here. Wolf with an absolutely beautiful pass, centering it down to his teammate, and Burf reading that one, slotting it in, tying this game up. Under 2 minutes to go here. That goal could not have come soon enough. Here's the opportunity for Rochester to blow this open and take this series. Minneapolis trying to stop that, keeping the ball in the offensive end. Burf going to feed this one out to Wolf, who gets a clear down onto the Miracles side. Ball gets picked up by Brando in the corner. Dicey with the read. Ledge cuts it off, but it's bouncing out to Burf. Just off. Wolf goes up on this. There's now no defenders back for Rochester. An opportunity for the Miracles. DeCarlo cut off by Burf. What a great defensive play by him on the offensive side, stopping that ball from even having a chance of crossing the midfield line and presenting itself as a potential goal opportunity. But Brando cut off. Great read there by Burf, is going to free the ball up. Wolf taking the ball up the gut. Again gets cut off by DeCarlo. This is going to be on, though. Dicey making a huge save. 1-1, Stewie. 1 minute left. Do you think we're going to see another overtime here?
I don't know. They keep redeeming shoutcasting, hoping that we're going to yell. I can't yell anymore. I'm sorry.
I have neighbors.
Yeah,
look,
we
you
have
guys.
neighbors. Other people exist in the
I'm
world.
already loud enough.
Unfortunately, but of course, 45 seconds. Last life for Minneapolis. What can they find out? DeCarlo on an island trying to find some Brando into the infield. They're working through the a Rochester, but Rochester's back line continues to make play after play in the second half of this series. Now, this one likely going to end off in a 1-goal game, and this is as close as I expected it to be, but so far, Rochester making the defensive stand so far, trying to put this game to bed and put the series to bed in 6.
Yeah, we're seeing a few demos come out here in the tail end, maybe the last 30 seconds of this match, and Minneapolis feels like they're pressing to a point that they're behind, and you hope that they don't get caught out right now.
Oh, huge opportunity.
That was a really good attempted demo there coming in, but instead we have overtime. Is this our third overtime, Quick, I think?
I think third or fourth. It's at least the third, potentially the fourth. I know there's only been for sure one game end in regulation, but I believe that we have a 50-50 win ratio here, so probably the fourth game in the overtime, and Burf steals this one up. What a fantastic read off of Wolf's touch. Like you said, Stewie, oh my gosh, here comes Wolf. What a great read, threatening the ceiling shot. He doesn't even have to have it. Ball is going to bounce perfectly down to Burf. He's going to read it and slot it. The Rhythm take this in game number 6. Absolutely huge for that squad. And while the Miracles are still going to make it 4 play-ins, Rochester now threatening that potential chance to make it to LAN. And I believe that the next game will decide between the two teams, if I'm not mistaken.
And we won't see them, unfortunately, quick little. We've got one series to play in between. That, of course, being our top side semifinal, the Maulers and the Flyers. But this one ended in 6, and it was a really close series all the way around. Either team could have taken it, but ultimately the team that continues to have the most success in Challenger did end up pulling away. Fiddlesticks, your final thoughts on this series?
Yeah, it just felt like once the Rhythm took that momentum after, Miracles win 2 in a row, the Rhythm shut them down, and it just felt like they were controlling the field at that point. And the Miracles, they had a few good opportunities, but Wolf just ended up being too much for them at the end of the day. And I think it's a well-deserved win from the Rhythm. I think the Miracles played really well. I think the way that they turned things around there in games 2 and 3 was huge. But yeah, the Rhythm at the end of the day were just too much.
Absolutely. Agree 100%. I mean, the fact that they were able to get ahead there, and, after the Miracles kind of crawling back, very back and forth, Rochester just able to close it out after threatening that match point, maybe the pressure a little bit too much. But I mean, I think that really it ultimately came down to just Rochester was a team that was showing stronger single player mechanics and better team plays. They were feeding each other every opportunity they could. Their infield passes were incredibly tight, and their rotations were almost unbreakable, whether it was on the offensive end or on the defensive end. So the very deserving team. I mean, I had Miracles losing this in game 7, so my bracket's maybe not entirely screwed up at this point, which is good to see, but Rhythm definitely not with an easy path ahead of them.
I agree. Of course, they're running into minutes. That just means, Quick, that their road gets even more difficult than it already is. Easily their toughest matchup, 100%. But
looks like we're having some technical difficulties. The chat not able to hear Stewie.
Can you hear me?
Last week it was Wolf. This week it's Stewie. It's only fair if they trade places. But that game pushing up right up to the 7 minutes. Stewie, you're very quiet according to Bubbly Reaper.
I'm quiet right now. What about now?
You're not quiet.
What about right now?
That is probably the first time. Bubbly, can you please stop typing that stuff in the chat? My eardrums are exploding.
I agree. I'm not quiet now at all. Am I good now?
I see a good now in there, Stewie. But ending perfectly on time, Stewie. We're like on schedule. We're gonna be off schedule.
We're gonna be off
before we get the next match on here. But
that happens.
Rocking and rolling.
Yeah, honestly, guys, I'm looking forward to this next set. These two teams, one of them making the grand final, and one of them not really like a team that you would think would be in a grand final with how they are in the standings. I guess you could say St. Cloud. Bloomington sitting in around 7th spot. They are not exactly you would think would be in the grand final, of course. But yeah, apologize, friends. I wasn't close enough to my mic. Probably, I don't know. And things happen. Yeah. Our next matchup, of course, Bloomington Maulers, St. Cloud Flyers. We'll have that one in just a bit. Going to take about a 5-minute break to get things worked on, but shouldn't be too long. And we'll see you in just a bit.
Take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Wasn't never enough to have just everything you want. In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find the way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive. Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem
Ladies and gentlemen, we've returned back into our casting booth with some different friends, of course. JTV on my right, of course, Ben Storm on my left. And Ben, of course, not willing to share his camera because he is sick, unfortunately. The difference is I'm going to be doing some helping as far as casting. I offered to, and these two were gracious enough to let me join them. But JT, it's been a while, man. How you been? How you been?
Well, we are back, we are present, and we are ready to go. I mean, I got like an entire season's worth of games to catch up on, but we're here for the time that matters most. We are here during the playoffs.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Ben, of course, you're feeling under the weather. Things happen. How are you feeling at the moment?
Well, you don't gotta lower your voice for me, Stewie. I'm still here. I'm still excited for the playoffs. You're talking down to me. I'm still stoked. I mean, this is a great matchup here. Just for seeding here for play-ins, but these two they have a lot to prove for themselves and a lot to carry in momentum for play-ins, because I don't think it's a stretch to say that these guys are probably going to be seeing each other here in, what is it, 2 weeks out play-ins?
Yeah, I think we have an RLCS major break, and then
Oh yeah.
Next week we have of course a break. Yeah, next week, and then the plans are after that. So yeah, it's gonna be a fairly interesting one. But Maulers and Flyers, and looking at the bracket, guys, for everything, here's how it's looked so far. An update on all the quarterfinals. I did not fix them. God, why am I so stupid? The bottom side, Rhythm and Miracles. That one, of course, the Rhythm winning in 6. I apologize. But yeah, the one thing I forget to update is the match that actually we just watched, and I didn't even bother putting the score.
Stewie, hold up. Here's the real thing. Everybody in chat, can you hear Stewie perfectly fine now?
That's
what really matters.
Am I okay now?
Can you hear Stewie? Because if you can hear him, then we can forgive the mistake. But if it's still broken, then we will not forgive that mistake.
Then roast me as much as you want to. Yell at me. Tell me I'm horrible in Rocket League.
You're forgiven. Bubbly said
Let's
it. So
go,
it's
Bubbly.
a given.
I love Bubbly. Bubbly and I wish Bubbly was my brother also. I wish we had we were born from the same mother, and it's just me, Trash, Bubbly, and Fishy. Yeah. So I wish we had the same exact thing, but yeah, here, you know what I can do? I can actually do this. I hope this helps a little bit more. I brought up the gain a little bit, but yeah, I know all 4 quarterfinals completed. I'll have the next one in a couple seconds after it, is on to my computer, but of course, Lumberjacks, Maulers winning that in 6. Flyers, Atlas, Flyers winning that in 6. Barons and Senators, Barons winning that in 5. And then Rhythm and Miracles, Rhythm winning that in 6. So it's Rhythm, Barons, Maulers, Flyers. That's who's left. The one we're going to be watching first is Flyers, Atlas, and or Flyers, Miracles, and Flyers, Maulers. God, I can't speak. Flyers, Maulers, and any prediction for you guys?
I'll pick any of the 30 teams you just chose that weren't actually on the board if I can. But
go ahead.
I guess if I had to choose one of the two, I'm going to go with the Flyers. We're going to fly high. They've been flying a little under the radar lately. We know that the other teams definitely had a mix-up towards the beginning of the season somewhat, and since then it's kind of paid off for them. But I think, the Flyers are going to find a way to finally poke above the radar and really just cause a little bit of controversy for the other team.
I think for myself, I'm with Dicey. I'm picking Maulers in 6. They've been on an absolute tear since grabbing Chile, dropping 1 game here in groups, and then another game all the way back in week 8. And so, if I got my calculations right, they're about 6-2, which is pretty impressive. And Flyers obviously making no changes. Stewie, what do you think?
I don't know. All I know is that the game is underway. The first semifinal, the first grand final is going to be determined here in 7 games, guys. My prediction is Maulers as well. I'm going to join on the train. I'm all about the blueberry train because I'm hungry for a blueberry smoothie at the moment.
Yeah, I can't believe you guys got me cheering against my Wisconsin fam over here. This is ridiculous.
Why would you want to why would you ever want to be against Wisconsin? You know, if
I
you're from
don't.
Minnesota. I'm from Minnesota, so then
But sometimes you got to root for the underdogs, you know?
that's true. And definitely, Bloomington, definitely an underdog, sitting right now 7th in overall standings. Flyers up to 5th, and Flyers should win this on paper. I mean, they've had the more consistent season, but Bloomington, again, like Ben stated, with the addition of Chile, their offensive power has completely been revamped. I've been impressed with what Chile and Wubik have been able to put together, but if you're St. Cloud, they've been a very consistent team all season long, haven't made a change at all in any of the trade windows, and why would you need to when you're able to even up the game just like that?
Valtteri beating one as Wubik was a little flat-footed there, as Blueberry a little awkward, and that's important here as the Maulers. You want them to get away here, but this is a best of 7, so luckily these guys have had a series to go in best of 7 already. But as the Flyers, Valtteri's up, beating Chile. Ran a great touch there, but Wubik is happily gonna take that save. Lord bringing this one to the corner here. Not gonna get the boost, but he is gonna bump and clear it up for Ren. Chile has now got no boost, but he does have possession. That one's gonna go flick up high. It's Wubik. Not gonna commit to that because he knows his beat. Lord going for a double touch. But luckily Blueberry's here as Mahler's finally getting out of their zone here. Valtteri's got a flip, but doesn't know how to use it. Lord's gonna make a stretch save there. As Blueberry is working into the corner, as now things have settled in here as both teams. And honestly, Stewie, I mostly cast Rising Star, and I was expecting this to be a little bit quicker, but it's actually seemed very slow.
Both of these teams not two of the fastest teams in the game, but they're calculated. That's what we'll say.
Well, even then, you look at how these series play out, and a lot of times it starts off slow as you kind of pace it out. You get a feel for the defenders. You kind of feel out the field, what the availability is, how you can kind of maneuver, and how you can get your team involved. And then you get to a point where as it starts to hammer down, as everybody starts to figure each other out, you got to pick up the pace. You got to move a little differently, and you got to cause that separation across the field to be able to make those big plays when needed. So we'll see how the tempo continues to hopefully amp up as the series continues. Valtteri with a nice shot downfield. Ren trying to get the second tap on it. Not enough, and Lord is there. Lordy. They are now on top, 3-1.
I love it. I love being in the booth with JTV. Always a pleasure. And oh Lord, he's a sniper. That's for sure. 3-1. St. Cloud on top, looking to continue what they've done all season and then make that grand final. But Bloomington has something to say about it. For at least they're gonna get 4 games no matter what. But nevertheless, it's a series about attrition, and what we saw last night was the best teams, the teams that won games, or the ones that had a lot of boost and a lot of energy left in the tank at the end of the night.
I need
Ballers.
to go. I might need to go pick up a set of wings after this because these Flyers are definitely flying high right now. You guys, I think, picked the wrong team to start out the series.
I agree.
It is just game 1, but the Flyers are running away with this one as it's been 4 goals back to back, no replies. Wubik getting a touchdown, and the Ballers scrambling to get together on this one. Luckily, they're in the offensive zone, but not anymore here. As Wubik gets beat, but no one's out front. Now Chile's got some time here in the corner. Taking it slow, gets it over 1. And Lord just kind of running in, not able to get a touch. And 2 players committed here. Chile knows to play it softly, but he kind of messes up this touch, but luckily still beats Ren. Maybe he didn't. No, not trying to fire shots, but seemed like a mistake to me as Lord hitting it across. Wubik is going to take this one up high. Not sure if he's got boost. He's got a little bit here. His amazing control here to Blueberry, and Blueberry's going to put this one away and get a reply. And
that's what they do so well. Is this right here? The infield passing off of any mechanical play that they want to go for. Bloomington just does it so well, but they gotta make it. They gotta make up for things, Kate. They got 2 more goals to score.
Hey, that blueberry was ripe for the picking, and he made it look sweet. So hopefully they can continue to bring that same level of heat. Maybe cook up a little pie in the kitchen or something. Make something happen right now because they need to put it together right now. The Flyers have definitely found a way to slow them down and hold them out for the most part. Mahler's able to kind of poke it through there for another goal, but they are still down by 2. 1:20 on the clock, and wubba lubba dub dub. What is happening here? Not enough. That's it.
That's the danger of the Maulers on every aspect of the field, Ben. They're very, very good at creating offensive plays off of mechanical ability from all three. St. Cloud just pestering their net right now, really pelting shots on testing Bloomington's defense.
Now Veltri not going to get a touch, but Lord will. And Barry, they now need to get 2 more goals here in this 45-second stretch. Veltri to Lord, but Lord's going to be missing this one. And Veltri's got some time here, pushes it up high. He's going to beat Wubik. He's going to go for a strange 50. Doesn't work out in his favor, though. As Barry trying to get control. Veltri gets beat or dunked by Chile. 25 seconds here as Flyers just trying to get something, and they do. They're going to get a goal here. 3 goals on top.
No, we haven't seen yet, and I'm just hoping for it. I mean, Stu, if you know a thing about me, I love my bully ball, but there's one thing I love even more than that, and that's my hat tricks. Where is it at? We got all these 2s on the board. Give me a 3, baby.
Find another one. We gotta another goal. Maybe it's not gonna be Chile though. He doesn't have one on the board. Does have 8 reset. That's not gonna go in. What a stop by Ren on the goal line, and now 2 players from St. Cloud go, but they still can't score. Oh, Bloomington. Oh, that one's gonna sting 100%. I don't know what you can do about that, but yeah, that's unfortunate as ever.
Talk about an anti-locking defending device right there. They had it down on that defensive wall. I was at the edge of my seat thinking it was going to go in. They said no. And the Flyers take game 1 in this best of 7. That is crazy.
Flyers looking for a new server here as we're going to transition. As maybe that's the difference maker for them. They get a little bit of an extra break here. But they were able to get that first goal, but the Flyers, I mean, they absolutely turned on the Jets here, though it is just game 1, but I certainly think that they proved something there, especially just the way they carry momentum.
I agree, and I don't think it's because I'm not talking close to my microphone. I don't know what is happening. I can't escape just constant problems with audio through streaming, unfortunately. But throwing the new lobby back up, it'll be interesting to see how Bloomington responds. I have no idea what they got to do. It's going to be, unfortunately, it's going to take a lot more effort from Bloomington on offense to break through St. Cloud.
Absolutely. I mean, the things that we were saying, leading into this, that the Maulers, having that switch in the season was able to give them a lot of momentum to help push them forward. I think you said 6-2, if I'm correct, Ben, since that transition took place. And we're looking at it now that, like I was kind of saying before this start, you guys chuckle a little bit when I said it, but I was like, this team is kind of the loyalists of this division. And they're like, well, what do you mean by that? I was like, well, you look at every other team, or mostly every team in and throughout, this entire division, and you look at it, and most teams have made a move. Most teams have went and either lost a player, gained a player, made some type of transition on their team to make a little bit of a mix-up or a mashup, whereas this team's been pushing through the entire season. This is a roster that I recognize, a bunch of players that we definitely know can play at a high level of play, but it's just on a given day, any team can definitely throw a wrench in it. But what are they going to do today? They're going to continue to hold on tight and fly high, or are they going to, get a little bit of kink in their wing and start to kind of flounder on the way down?
I love the references you're making here. But yeah, I like how you point out how the Flyers, I mean, as we're having a little bit of issues here. Flyers, they haven't made a transaction, and they've just kind of stuck it through, and I definitely think Prussia could have had the choice, and who knows if he was looking or not, but I would expect this team to be pretty well coordinated, and they seem to be with I believe I noticed a bit more passing on their front, as they just found their stretch and they worked it, and they've done what they've probably been doing for about half of the season here. So I believe they are 6-5. Again, sorry folks for the delay here.
Sure,
As
if
we
that's
are switching onto this new server.
I think somebody didn't leave. That's why.
Oh, should we leave?
Yeah. I'm gonna throw a big one up. Of course, Ben, I can send you that. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what it does to change up things. But honestly, it's not going to take much. Definitely. I don't know. Alter their offensive gameplay as far as ideas. It's similar to how Minneapolis was in the last series, where I think that they could have more imagination on what they're doing on offense. St. Cloud's just a team that is all three players. I mean, you see 5 saves on the side for Red by himself. It's going to take a lot to beat them. They're a lot like Rochester, to be honest.
I mean, for me personally, I think that the biggest thing, and you already know I'm going to go to it, is finding a way to be strategic with separating the field. So causing bumps, creating demos, frustrating the defenders, and keeping them at odds consistently. It's nice if you got boost. It's even better if you're constantly using it to try to just get on all fours. So if they can do something to keep the Flyers on the ground, keep them on odds, just make them so they feel uncomfortable on the field. That's where the Maulers will be able to continue to strike and maybe finally start to find a little bit more momentum in their favor.
Oh, sorry. I was muted.
I think Ben and I got muted there for a second. I was like, Ben, where you at, buddy?
Apologies here. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is just game one, and we always see a lot of weird stuff in game one. Here is that one just barely off, as the Maulers got that extended break here. We'll see if they're able to handle anything different, as Veltri gets a nice pinch there past Blueberry. Blueberry extending this one high, and gets a flip towards the front. A double commit here by the Flyers, but it's okay as Lord getting a touch. Wubik playing it slow. Gosh, I tell you what, I've been really impressed by Wubik so far. I don't watch a lot of Challenger, but he's been all over the place and really mechanical.
I agree. A player that has been in Premier for previous seasons and now finds himself in Challenger the last season and this season. So it'll be fairly interesting to see how he performs. Same with Veltri, another player that's been in Premier. Both players with some high-level experience, and it could result in them being the catalyst for their team. No one scored just yet. We're completely opposite of what we did in the first game, JT, but that might be just it, and it is.
Remember when you spoke to it?
Yeah, I remember when I talked.
Oh my goodness. And just like that, the Flyers are up once again. I was honestly just kind of liking a little bit of back and forth, seeing both teams kind of figuring it out a little bit. But all it takes is that little poke through, and now the Flyers are up 1-0. Let's see if the Maulers can turn it around here. Ren with a nice shot downfield. Chili is gonna pick it up, and Lord's putting it right back down in front. Barry kicks it away.
Veltri getting this one up high, pushing it to the middle, but a touch on there as Lord goes for the shot and almost gets that angle. Wubik flicks over one. Veltri gonna disrupt that one to the corner. Lord getting it up high, struggling on the ceiling, and that's going to be capitalized by Blueberry to tie this thing up.
That's huge. That's absolutely massive that they get their first goal on the board and they don't get shut out in this game. But they're able to even it up right away, and still plenty of time. 3 minutes left on this clock, and I'm just curious as to what we're going to see from St. Cloud, how they respond to Bloomington answering right away. But St. Cloud are on the warpath. They're looking very, very good right now on every offensive imagination that they've had so far. Wubik doesn't have a lot of boost to double that, and unfortunately going to squander any chance away of Bloomington scoring that chance. St. Cloud playing the possession game very, very well.
Belcher gonna leave it there for Ren. Lord's gonna go up, tries for the shot. Barry kicks it away. Velcher gets a shot off the corner, tries to put it center. Bad opportunity, but Ren is there to be able to kick it away. Lord trying to get up in the face of Wub, denies him for that opportunity. Lord there once again at the 50, causing a lot of disruption. Keeps it up top for his teammate, but it looks like no one is there to help him out. Veltri with another opportunity, once again missing.
And Lord almost able to put that one away, but ball just coming way too quick at him here. Is things settled down a little bit. Chili's got his boost, trying to get it out. He's able to, and this net's just open, and he's gonna put this one through, and the Maulers find themselves back up as it's taken about 9 minutes for that to happen.
All the way down, and finding out that we get an internet problem. Imagine that. Not much we can do, unfortunately, for this game, but just have to play through it. 150 right now. Yeah. Fairly. This game, big miss, and that is unfortunate for Cody. I don't know if internet might have played a factor on that read from Chili.
This is rough. If that is something that's playing a factor, I mean, you know as well as I do, that little tenth of a second of just not being able to react the way that you want, it becomes very frustrating. So Chili's definitely playing a little bit from behind right now. Was able to capitalize on that goal prior, but you know, a lot of that doesn't matter when it comes to the overall play. When you're constantly feeling like you're a second behind, you're just not where the ball is. You're constantly just, it's annoying. I'll just say that. And hopefully we can get it figured out here and they can finish out this game. It's 2-2, a minute 20 on the clock. There's still plenty of time for something to happen here. Someone has to jump ahead. Will we get overtime or will Chili get a score here? Chili to Barry, and in fact, the Maulers are up 3-2, 1:11 on the clock.
Goal secured here by Blueberry. As
Interesting.
This one is going to be Maulers ahead here in this closing minute, as Maulers really need to get this one and not let this series get out of their hands, as they are down by 1. Blueberry in the corner with full boost. He's going to play this one downwards, trying to get it to his teammate, and Lubick instead just disrupting that goal line. And Chili, a bit of an awkward situation. He does get it to the side though. Lubick's there. Chili going for a demo, and Lubick just kind of waiting it out. Lord trying to ease the pressure now as the Flyers need to turn on this one. Felcher, a huge dunk there. Chili, luckily he's going to get that touch. His internet's a little scary, as now Veltri's got some time here. His teammates are all in position ready, but he's just not able to get anything set up here. Is Ren gonna double commit here with Lord, and Lord gonna try to go for something now. Blueberry's got an open net, and he's not gonna go for it. Instead, he's gonna go for the boost, but he's gonna make a crazy shot there to potentially close out this series, or this game.
Ice in his veins. A 3-on-1 on Ren. Ren has no boost to even make any touch on the ball, and 4-2, 19 seconds.
Can I just point out you guys are overlooking the best thing right now?
Blueberry's got a hat trick, yeah.
With a handshake, 3-for-3 right now. Put some respect on his name.
Yeah, we have to. Unfortunately, we have to. Those Wisconsin guys, they're able to score the ball, that's for sure. So far, Bloomington with an answer in this game, and they've had an answer in the series so far. We're tied at 1.
Blueberry, you win this, you come back and you win this series, I'll throw out my Wisconsin jersey that I got a couple months ago. I got you.
Hopefully Blueberry is hearing that. He can feel the hype here. And hopefully Chili's internet is looking a bit better here. But even if it's not, they're still grabbing the W here, as the series is tied up. And I can tell you from experience, you touched on this a little bit, but there's nothing more mentally shattering than your internet. I mean, it truly just...
Yeah, you know well
you
about
start
that.
You start thinking about your internet and you're not thinking about the game. It's just horrible. You just can't play.
Worst. It's the worst fourth man for the other team ever, because it comes out of nowhere and just continues to bug you the whole time. It's like having a little brother, but they just don't know when to stop. You know, there's no mom to actually turn them off. They just keep going and going and going.
so far. Your guys, you're. I mean, my thoughts so far are we're back and forth. It's a similar to last series where it just seems like one team can't get a big enough advantage to break away, and as a result, it's the series is even. And honestly, I think that so far nobody has an advantage. This is anybody's series to win. Any one of these teams is going to make the grand final. So St. Cloud looking for it. I would expect Bloomington to of course make a run in this series, but I don't know what it's going to take for them to push them over the hump against St. Cloud. Nobody joined the lobby just yet, so I assume something happened. We're just waiting on.
Is it a protest?
I don't know.
No
I have
one's
no
joining.
idea. I think Chili's in the lobby. Everybody's here. They're just protesting, not playing. Apparently.
It's a protest. Yeah, I don't know why they're not.
How do we get to join in this protest? Should we just like stand up? Is that what we gotta do? Or
What are we protesting, guys?
Let's just stand up. They don't want to play. We don't want to cast.
Oh, Chili said otherwise. Chili made the decision for everybody.
Yeah. It's like, all right, I'm good. I'll join.
Wait, what?
It's like we were just waiting on Chili the whole time, but yeah, no. Game number 3. Nobody with the advantage. We're even at 1. And it's anyone's ball game at the moment.
Well, Lord getting a good opportunity there, but missing it, unfortunately. Velcher trying to put it back towards goal. Chili's right there. Velcher with the shot, and Wubik gets it away. Beautiful save there by the Maulers. Let's see if they can continue this level of aggression, pushing forward. They were able to bring it back to 1-1 in this series. Now, can they push ahead and take the lead as we move forward?
Veltri getting a 50 up there. Blueberry's up, getting a touchdown, but it's not going to be it. And now all 3 players on top of each other. They're going to work with each other in a shot here by Lord. Ren going to collect this one, gets it back to Veltri, and a great play there to cycle this pressure. Veltri gets it in front, and Lord is going to be there, and a tough miss by the Maulers.
A beautiful pass there by Veltri, kicking it over again, just past Barry, and Lord able to capitalize on that play, and we are now seeing the Flyers back up 1-0 with 4:09 left on the clock.
What does Bloomington have for an answer here? What did they bring out on the table to take St. Cloud down in this 3rd game? Not quite nearing match point territory just yet, but St. Cloud throwing all of the cards forward now. Do they catch Lord on the overcommit? Chili, though, in a one-on-one, Lord's able to scramble back, and that was very, very close for the sake of Bloomington. Unfortunately, are not able to score that goal, and that one would have been the most important thing. And the overlay just died. Let's go! Things are always happening. It would be MNCS.
Stewie, go ahead and take your time on fixing that. As Blueberry not going to be able to beat Ren. Ren's going to take this one in the corner. And Lord going for the demo to clear it up, but luckily the defender is still able to get a touch on it. And this one's going to be an own goal here by the... Veltri is just not in the right spot as that's deflecting into his own net.
That is unfortunate. But don't worry, guys. Everything has to go wrong at one time for it all to go right. It is now 1-1, 3:11 on the clock. Overlay is broken. Both teams are tied. The craziness is beginning to ensue, but are you at the edge of your seat? Did you go and get your popcorn already? Did you go and get your drinks? Are you settled in? Because this series is only getting started, baby.
I'm hungry now that you just said popcorn. I kind of want some popcorn for this, but yeah, honestly, so far in this game, it's right now still anyone's game. Really, honestly, anyone's series to win. If you're looking at it from the correct perspective, St. Cloud should take this based off of where they are in points.
Absolutely. We know who the real winner is today. It's the viewers, you know, the amazing people that tune in and watch this high level of Rocket League play and listen to us stumble over ourselves as we make fools of ourselves, but we have fun in the process, 'cause that's what matters. So we appreciate every single one of you that tunes in. Moms, dads, sisters, brothers, aunties, uncles, cousins, whichever one you wanted to tune in. Yeah, second cousins,
third
that neighbor
cousins.
from down the street, you know.
Your
that
dog
weird
from down
lady
the
that you met at the
street.
grocery store. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Thank every single one of you.
checkout person.
Jake
that's
from State Farm.
Jake from
Jake
State Farm.
State Farm. Yes,
checkout
Jake from State Farm,
person.
definitely. And Flo, we can't forget
Hello
Flo.
from Progressive. Checkout person from the other line. Of course, you're the random
cover
lady.
everyone?
Yeah.
That teacher that yelled at you in elementary school because you were
Yep.
misbehaving.
Oh, I hate
she's
her.
watching. Oh yeah,
She's
yeah.
watching.
100%. She tunes in MNCS. Why wouldn't she? That's the best. Oh,
See, that's my student right there. I
that's
used
my
to yell
student.
at
Yo,
him.
I used to yell at him. Red just
Hey, we got
scored.
a score. The Flyers are up 2-1.
Oh boy. Ben, we're trying to break you out of this sickness as much as we possibly can by just making you laugh the
Well,
entire time.
We do not deserve Joseph Device.
Yeah, we don't.
Just
We don't not deserve it.
It makes sense why Stewie hits me up like, are you coming back yet? We want you back, bro. I'm here for it, guys.
Honestly,
That's what it is.
This is why I ask him literally every single week.
It must be every day. Like, can you
Literally.
do tomorrow now? Can you do the next day?
You gonna sign up for Slaughter? You want? You know what I'm saying? Like,
You're just gonna be there every day all the time, right?
literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, MNCS? Yeah.
Wolf, why aren't you in here with us? We miss
Yeah,
you.
we need 4. Let's get 4 casters at once. I don't know if I've ever done that before. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
We're gonna get a panel in a cast.
Yeah, that would be the greatest cast ever. I don't know. So far, this has been a fairly close game, as Bloomington on the prowl trying to even us up in the game, but St. Cloud trying to take a lead in the series.
Oh, Bubbly.
They're close.
Bubbly thinks we don't care, and that's the crazy thing. We care more than anything, Bubbly. I just need to get in tune with what's going on here, and I already told you the Flyers are winning. I told you this, and the Flyers are up, and 15 seconds left on the board. The Flyers will be up 2-1 in this series, and we'll see how things continue to push forward.
We care. We care because
We scare because we care.
We scare because we care. That's right. We demo because we care. Bloomington gonna go missing. Blueberry on the catch. Bloomington nothing. They're gonna get dunked away. And this game gonna go in the hands of St. Cloud. Are up 2-1.
Yeah, so by the way, while you guys were chatting, the Flyers did win this one here, making the series 2-1. And pressure in the
update,
chat,
Ben.
excited to see that.
Thanks for the update, Ben. Appreciate it.
I was always told in a production when things go wrong, you have to overcompensate to make sure people don't realize that
agree.
things are going wrong.
Yeah.
I think we won there, guys.
I agree.
You guys weren't thinking about the overlay for a second once we started just talking. So I'm just saying, that's a win.
You just reminded them that the overlay broke. Hell, I forgot that the overlay
That's
broke.
what I'm saying. But we had to remind them that they forgot about it.
Zach.
What?
Exactly, Ben.
Exactly, Ben. Jeez, figure it out, man. Gosh.
My bad.
Over
Wasn't
here
in my
giving us
textbook.
updates.
Figure
We're
it out
just-
family style, bro.
Yeah. Honestly. But, of course, yeah, this game coming down to the wire, it's a reminder, it's a best of 7 on a best of 5. But, yeah, honestly, guys, this is an important one for both of these teams. And so far, it's been, very, very close. St. Cloud winning by 1, and honestly, I like this. All night we've had close games, and no teams really blowing each other out.
I think I just got
but-
yelled at because I didn't ready up quick enough. I was having too much fun with you guys in the
Imagine
booth.
that, JT not readying up. Oh boy, can't be us, right, Ben?
That's why Wub wanted me to ready up. He wanted to score. I get it, Wub. I got you, fam.
No, but this is an important match. I mean, truly, because these guys are probably going to see each other, and it's going to mean a lot for their confidence when they next see each other here in the play-ins. So, with like standings aside, like this match is important for these guys as they fight for that land slot. And Mahler is obviously trying to get this series tied back up. They wouldn't want us to come down to a 3-1 match point, but that is going to push it even further here as the Flyers, 14 seconds in, are down by 2.
I don't know what just happened, but the whole landscape of this series is getting turned upside down really quickly.
I agree, JT. Honestly, Maulers, they find too early. 14 seconds into the fourth game. So they're
I'm
trying to
feeling
even this
that.
up quick. Yeah, this should be fairly interesting. I mean, passing plays are coming out from both these teams. They're really finding each other. They're
My God.
all up. St. Cloud, what are we doing? We're all flying at this moment. I mean, they're taking flyers literally. They're all up at the same time. It's like if you've ever played like RL bot and you played Nexo, there's like different bots that you can have. Like one of them just only goes for demos. One is really good at just going for aerial plays. Honestly, St. Cloud throwing in all the chips, they don't capitalize there.
Lord getting the pass up to Ren. Ren just kind of leaving the middle of the field. Barry's going to grab hold and pass it back to Chili. It's kind of just left there once again. A lot of lofting happening right now in the middle of the field. It's almost like neither team wants to do anything with the ball. They just want to keep it in the middle of the field right now. It's kind of crazy. And once again, back to the middle of the field, everybody. This is crazy. But we finally got a shot on goal. Wub clears it away.
And Wubik holding back. Doesn't have much boost, but he's going to go for this challenge here. Much needed one is Ren looking scary. Trying to bring it to that far corner, but was looking to be off, though. Veltri to clean this one up. He's up high, but Blueberry's going to beat him there. And he's going to go for another touch here with nothing, but luckily he's got Wubik to support him. Laura getting a great 50 there, and they're going to 50 each other. I mean, that team play is unreal, as Chili's going to get this one out. And that, almost another own goal here by the Flyers. Not a great time for that, as Blueberry just trying to cause some chaos here. That one beats, and Laura going for a second touch. He's going to miss that one, though. Wubik getting bumped into it for a crazy 50. And now Maulers have a bit of time here. Just as I say that, Ren jumping in, disrupting that. Now, Lord getting this up. Chili with the touch there. This one's a little awkward for Chili. Luckily, Blueberry comes in to help him. As this one's definitely, it was just those 2 goals, and now it's just kind of normal Rocket League. I think the Waters have slowed down here.
That's the scary thing about this series, though, is they went up by 2 really early, and that's what these teams have been doing, is they've been kind of holding each other for the most part throughout the games, and now that the Maulers are up by 2, it's going to be a hard climb for the Flyers to come back because they're not giving. There's not much opportunity that's being offered right now, and because of that, we're going to see more than likely the Maulers take this and bring it back to a 2-2 series. There's still plenty of time left, but we'll see what happens.
Double tap, far post. Not on target. Minute 50 to go. And Cloud with the lead in the series, but not the lead in the game. Pick on an island trying to break away. Demo on Chili will not give him an option in the midfield. Blueberry's there. Possession for now for Bloomington. Keep things going, but I like this response from them. They come out flying in this fourth game. Completely different revamp of their offense. They're causing a lot of double commits from St. Cloud, who can't really get any footing on this game so far. Are not able to find the back of the net just yet. They might here. Chance comes in, but Chili and Ubik have it away, and now on a counterattack.
This Chili almost beating 2, and Wubik clearing up the line here as Veltri spotting in to get a touch there. This is a shot on, and Lord making the save as they're pinned in their zone, and Chili's going to extend the lead to 3.
And if you didn't think that this match was almost over, already 14 seconds in, I know that sounds crazy, but statistically, if you look at how this series is playing out, it is like once a team scores, like nobody scores. It kind of just stays at a stagnant. So the Maulers are continuing to find a way to push ahead, and this is the momentum they really need in this series. As Veltri gets one back, I'm still going to finish my statement. Yeah. This is exactly what the Maulers need to come back in this series and potentially find a way to really jump ahead. I know it's only going to bring them back to even, but if they can continue the same level of force that they have came out with here in Game 4, this is going to be almost definitely a best of 7 all the way through till the end.
40 seconds.
Yes.
And,
sorry, Stewie.
No, you're good. My bad, Ben. It's been an interesting recap so far. An interesting series, nevertheless. St. Cloud trying to give this game one last chance. They don't get anything. All the way down in their end. All the way in their net. It's a 4-1 lead again, and another 3-goal lead. And Bloomington all but gonna win this game and even us up in the series.
Whoa, Stewie. There's 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's
Have you
30
heard of a
seconds.
kickoff goal?
Exactly, Ben. You think they're gonna get 3 kickoff goals in a row? Good luck.
Hey, it's
two.
possible. It's very possible.
I mean, it's
actually.
possible, but how
2
likely
and then
is
a
it?
0-second goal.
Yeah, the
look at that.
likeliness is the reality, though.
Yeah, 20 seconds now. You know, where's that 30 seconds, Ben? 5-1.
Oh, well, there's a save.
Here it is. Here, watch.
Oh,
Nope.
Red with the shot.
See?
There it is. That
All right.
just took him 20 seconds. Now they
No.
need 2 5-second
No.
goals.
Get your seatbelt
No,
on,
no,
Stewie.
no.
They need a 10. They need a 9-second
No,
goal.
no,
and then
no,
a
no.
last second goal.
No,
That's what
no,
we're aiming
no.
for.
No.
We're closing in on a potential possibility of overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Stay at the edge of your seats with 10 seconds remaining.
They're
4-2 in
down
this
by
series.
2. How are we going to overtime? Look at that.
I just told you 9-second goal.
No.
Right here.
And then a
No.
1-second goal.
No, we will not. Nope.
All right, fine.
It's over.
All
Told
right,
you.
I guess you win. Maulers
Bloomington.
take game 4. It is now 2-2 in this series, and it is, I swear, it is only heating up.
Yeah, it's just been back and forth for these two teams. It really has just been whoever responds. It's just been a response thing. No one's really jumped ahead here besides that one stretch where the Flyers picking up 4 goals and the Maulers obviously having a great start here. And yeah, honestly, Game 7 could be on the horizon here, fellas.
I'm feeling it. I mean, it just, everything feels like the making of a full-fledged series. It's just going to bring us to that pinnacle point of Game 7 because both these teams, I won't even say they figured each other out. I don't think that's the case at all. I think they're both just kind of finding a way to get ahead in every other game. It's like your turn, our turn, your turn, our turn. We're mixing it up just enough, but just enough so that you're not figuring us out. And we'll see what happens as we continue to push through. I mean, Stewie, what do you think about this series so far?
I like what I'm seeing from both teams, specifically St. Cloud. They've stayed consistent. They haven't let the series get away from them. Bloomington, the same thing. They haven't let the series get away from them, and as a result, it puts us in the Game 5 situation again, where the last team that won the series. So going into that 6th game. So if you're Bloomington, this is your chance to win this and then look for Game 6 and try and win the series. But St. Cloud putting something together, but the Crossbars having none of it.
I just want to point out too, we mentioned that some teams, this may not make a big difference in terms of who wins or who loses to get out to land. But it's pretty crazy to think that if any of these teams don't make it to land, this is a bare minimum of what is expected when you get there. So if this is the level of play that we're getting as a bare minimum of a team that maybe didn't make it but is succeeding right now, just imagine once it hits land, the level of plays, the level of tenacity, just the craziness that's going to ensue once everybody's together. Because not only is it, we are not just virtually playing together anymore, we are together. We are looking at each other. We are talking. We can hear each other. We can feel the breath of the crowd yelling at us. It gets to a point where it just changes everything, and you got to step it up even more.
Yeah, we can't forget though, like we have land coming up, but the Major 2 champion is still a very great achievement, and it's against all 12 teams, as this one is down to its final 4 here, and these two guys are going to be pairing up against a really tough lower bracket here coming up after this series, as a close one on. The Maulers up by 1. Laura's going to take this one back and grab that 100. He's gonna wait for this one. As those bounces have been a little awkward, and this one's up high. Blueberry's in. That double commit here by the Flyers. And Wubik, a great fake challenge there as Laura's just left stranded. And Veltri gonna wait for this one. Wubik's got possession. He's also got Chili, but he goes for the flick, and a huge save there by Veltri to keep his team into this game. The Maulers trying to extend here to a 3-2 series lead.
That would be huge. If they're able to get this one. Blueberry looking for the shot, can't get it on target, and that's one they're going to want back because it means a 2-goal series lead, but Wubik on an air dribble will be blocked by Veltri, and St. Cloud holding their defensive line. Now finding an outlet play. Wubik has to make that save. It's right at him. Ren gets another dunk. Follow up from Veltry's there, and St. Cloud able to even us up at 1.
I don't know what happened in this last minute of play, but I saw 3 fantastic just seeds planted that almost blossomed into just beautiful, beautiful plays. But we definitely saw that last one strike and capitalize. 2:44 on the clock, and it's now 1-1. And I'm telling you, these teams are getting hungrier as this series plays out.
As they're all tied up here halfway in the match, Flyers trying to get ahead of this one in response to the loss that they just had. Ren grabbing the 100 in the corner with possession. He's going to slowly take this one, avoiding the ceiling and dancing like a princess, taking this one all the way through, and it's almost in the net as Blueberry 50s it down, and Wubik trying to repeat the same thing as some amazing air drags out by both of these teams. Veltry ran just a little too far ahead, otherwise he would have been able to punch that into the net. And Blueberry getting this one to the corner. Veltry an awkward touch there. Blueberry just missing that boost to steal. Veltry up high. This one's going to be 50'd here in front of the net, and Ren, unfortunate miss there as Wubik was stretching for that save. Wubik banging that one down as now reached the 1-minute 40 point. Getting closer and closer to that goal territory as it's just been a little bit back and forth. Not too much sustained pressure as I've seen thus far.
Yeah, we've seen both teams going back and forth all the way down the field, JT, and they're finding goals on counterattacks, finding chances on counterattacks, and infield passing as what really is what has changed things for both of the teams that we're seeing on the field. And we'll see what they can do for the rest of this series for Game 6 and Game 5 so far. It's even same thing that what we've seen so far for the entire front half.
Yeah, it's that point where, both teams either get a score or a team gets a score, and then they kind of just hold stagnant for a while. And I mean, it definitely showcases some good defense, but it also leaves to question, are you truly trying to capitalize on those offensive strikes? You're just kind of floundering or lofting the ball around. Like in that case, I'm not saying oh, that was just a giveaway, but they might have been able to do something a little bit different with it rather than just throw it up and expect for the best. You knew your defenders were back to the left behind you, so throwing it up and to the right isn't going to help your team. It's just kind of forcing the situation. So I think if they become more critical with their decisions as they move forward, this is where it really comes down to the grits and the grind as it starts to narrow down. Tick-tock, 20 seconds on the clock.
As we're now down to 15 seconds here, Wubik banging this one down. Veltry, an awkward spot there, as maybe you thought his other teammate was going to grab a touch there. Veltry, an opportunity. Chili's luckily got the boost, though, to push that one away. This one's out in front, and Ren not going to be able to utilize that opportunity right in front of him.
Overtime in game number 5. Who's going to break away? Maybe it's Veltry. Gets the dunk, has the open net, and St. Cloud is 1 game away from grand finals.
I just want to point out I've been seeing Veltry's name popping up quite a bit in chat throughout the day. And once again, the man makes the noise and brings his team up 3-2 in this best of 7 series.
As Flyers now on their match point, Maulers here, a must win. And this is huge for the Flyers as it's been back and forth. So statistically, the Maulers should win the next one, right? And then the Flyers should win in 7?
Nope.
Statistically, yes.
Yes, but I'm saying no, Flyers are shutting it down.
You really? Yeah, I agree.
It's done.
I agree. It's over. Flyers. In,
I don't
in 6.
I don't want to believe it's over. I love seeing the distance, but I really think that Flyers are cutting it at Game 6.
I really think that they've hit a stride, JT, where it just seems like they're unmatched at the moment when it comes to ice. I mean, able to take that game in overtime, and right off the kickoff, they just eco challenge their way through. They don't even need to stop on defense.
All I know is it comes down to this. These are the moments that you look for. When you win a championship, you dig deep, and right now is that time. Can the Maulers, Barry, Wob, and Chili come back? Can Wubik keep throwing it together, or will Lord, Veltri, and Ren shut it down with the Flyers?
Sorry, I couldn't tell if I was muted or not.
Love that.
I was really confused. I was Discord muted that time. Yes, this one is critically important for both of these squads. The Flyers wanted to push this one out, and that one's off. Lord, re-jumping it up high, almost putting it away, and Veltri will. Oh my god, what a play though by Lord to jump all the way up for that and beat Blueberry.
Veteran play. Bottom right. Veltri has been lethal on offense for the Flyers so far, and he looks to end this series off in 6, but Bloomington, like JT said, they still got to fight. It's not over just yet. You got a lot of game left, a lot of Rocket League left to be played. We'll see what Bloomington can pull out, but so far it's St. Cloud on the prowl early on in Game 6.
Yeah, Veltri already coming out swinging heavy-handed to start out this series, just like they did in the prior Game 5 as well. Looking like Veltri does not want to go to a Game 7. Grabs hold, is trying to drive it away. Barry gets in their face. Let's see if they can capitalize on this opportunity. The ball's lofted in front of goal. Chili puts it off the top shelf. Wub is there and gets it off the top himself. That was a beautiful putback. It is 1-1 with 3:53 left on the clock. We got a palindrome, people.
Not sure what Lord is oopsing about. Veltri, unfortunately, just Tony Hawking on the goalpost. Not able to get a touch on that one. And Lord powering his way through, getting a second touch there. But this one's in a great spot for Blueberry. Goes for a pass down to Chili. That almost works out. Amazing team play. Wubik comes into too much steam. And this one's up to Wubik. He can make a crazy play, but he's not able to do it.
Follow up! Oh my!
Sorry. That's a crazy play, and Blueberry puts this one away.
Bloomington refused to let this series die. They will not go away. And now up by 1 with 3:35 to go. And I mean,
that might have been one of my favorite team plays I've seen in a long time. The way that was set up and the way that they capitalized, it was beautiful. Lord gonna grab it up top. Ren hits it into the corner. An opportunity for the Flyers to capitalize. Veltri takes it off the sidewall, puts it up. It's off the ceiling. Veltri unable to capitalize there.
Veltri's gonna hit this one high. Say what?
I was just about to say, what do they need to do really to just get on top
they
here?
still
The
score.
Flyers are, as I'm saying it, the Flyers are like, Joe,
Look at this
settle down.
save.
Get
Look at
back
this
on
save.
top. We'll show you what's up.
look at that save, Blueberry.
Oh my goodness.
He jumps the double tap, and they still score. But that would have been save of the night easily. Unbelievable. So, I mean, despite the Minneapolis series and the crazy saves that was pulled out in that was a incredible read by Blueberry. But St. Cloud still got the follow up. Still, they're able to tie up the game at 2 apiece. Now, if you are Bloomington, you gotta continue to what you've done in this game so far. You have found countless passing plays, able to put the ball to the back of the net. Continue to exploit the demos on the back line. Give yourself as much possession as possible and work through St. Cloud's defense.
Yeah, this has been an absolute shooting range here by both teams. Wubik dancing around one, getting a 50 up high. Lord beating one, going for a second touch, and that one is almost capitalized. Chili bumping this one down here. Veltri getting a very great touch, but unfortunately Blueberry's right there for it. And Wubik gets a 50. He's back on it, decides to hit it back, and a great pinch there. A powerful one by Chili, and another pinch to match that. Blueberry goes up high with this one. Wubik getting a crazy second touch, and unfortunately, that one is going to be broken up. Chili up high. Does he get the angle? No, he doesn't, but Blueberry does! And that one just strolls in as everyone had their eyes on Chili up top.
Sometimes the little poke players are just the ones that you need. Everybody's expecting something big to happen, something quick, and just get a nice little poke and it rolls on through. The Maulers are now up 3-2, and we're knocking on the possibility of a Game 7 right now.
1 minute and 40 seconds. Bloomington away from the game 7, like JTV said. And if he's saying it, it's likely going to happen for his Wisconsin boys if they're able to hang on. But they gotta they gotta make sure that they're hanging on right now. But they're on offense, and this is where they want to be for the rest of this 60 seconds that they gotta hang on for. St. Cloud will clear their line, but now threatening, and Bloomington having to play some defense. What can they hang on? How can they hang on is the question.
Yeah, they're trying to keep that pressure, but Maulers are gonna break it out as Ren's got it up high. Blueberry challenging that. Wubik getting into the corner, and now objective is just to waste time. Laura with almost no boost, but Veltry's gonna get a shot on, and 2 players commit from the Maulers. Ren getting the boost and passing it to Veltry, but Veltry not able to get that back to any of his players. And Chili up high with this one. Veltry beats. He's not gonna go for it. Instead, Wubik's gonna get this one, but a great dunk there by Lord. Lord's gonna take that boost and be up high. Veltry's gotta speed his way down there. He's up, it beats Wubik for a crazy 50, but Chili unfortunately is right there. That's an open net. Blueberry misses, Wubik's there. Wubik with a crazy fake to just waste time. An absolute huge brain play by Wubik.
10 seconds. What are we gonna see in 0 seconds? The shots is on target. Veltry ties it with 3 seconds.
All I was going to say is definitely a veteran play that you like to see trying to kill time. And we see another veteran come on in like Veltry and knock it down. 3-3. 4 seconds on the clock. Ben, I know you told me I got to hype it up when it gets down to this point. So we're going to hype it up and see what happens. As time expires, we are now in overtime, game 6.
Shoutcasting time?
Possibly.
I don't need any button to tell me how to shoutcast. I'll just do it for free.
For free. Nothing in the tank is all that we need. Bloomington already on defense off of the kickoff, and they lost the last game 5 in overtime, and they got to switch it up. They got to write a different script to get to game 7 and a possible grand final appearance. But St. Cloud is standing in the way, and they're standing in the doorway right now, telling them no.
Chili's still looking like he's having a little bit of ping issues. Let's see if that causes some major... Ooh, I was going to say some major issues going forward, but right there we almost saw a goal. Veltry's going to try to grab it. Wub up in his face. Wubik trying to do some great plays right now to just keep his team in it. They want a game 7 right now.
Here's the chance. Oh, all the way down. Lord has the save, but this is still not out. Lord has to make another touch and does. And massive plays so far from St. Cloud on defense in this overtime to keep them in it.
As the Flyers wanting to go home, and Red's gonna put them home, and they do. And the Flyers are gonna win this one, and they're moving on to the finals.
They have made it to the finals. Like a Viking stepping through the hazy mist that was sent down from Canada, they have sealed their fate and pushed themselves into the finals.
St. Cloud, get it done. GG's all around. An incredible series for both teams. So close was Bloomington to getting to that 7th game. I mean, guys, that's as close as it's going to get.
We're gonna see that again potentially. I mean, what an absolute treat that was, and just shows you how close these play-ins are gonna be.
I appreciate you guys letting me step in the booth. This was quite the series, and it was definitely one to watch. And I'm excited to see who has to take on this team in the finals, because they are on fire right now.
They're on the warpath, definitely, and we've got one more semifinal coming up next. That one's gonna be a good one. Minnetonka Barons taking on the Rochester Rhythm. Winner gets the St. Cloud Flyers. They're the first finalist. We'll see who comes out next, but a break is going to ensue, friends, and shouldn't be too long. Probably another 5-minute break. So we'll see you later. JTV unfortunately not going to be able to join us, but that's how things go. Appreciate the cast, my friend Ben. Appreciate it while you're sick. Nevertheless, break 5 minutes. We'll see you then.
Didn't mean to say too much, but you've been driving me crazy. Never felt like this before. I try to be nonchalant, even though it's obvious. I can never help wanting more. Oh, slip into the dark and then we end up in each other's arms. There's no looking back, I gotta find a way to where you are.
Make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I come home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Shadow, make me a shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I will follow you. We can never tear us apart. I'll follow you into the dark. The dark. No, they can never tear us apart. I'll follow you into the dark. The dark. Play me like it's truth or dare. The way you're pulling me closer makes me wanna bear it all for you. Ooh, why don't you show me how much you care? Be the devil on my shoulder, 'cause I don't think we got a lot to lose. Ooh, make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I come home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Shadow, make me a shadow. Wanna be with you wherever
side, but they're able to survive. Now Slip gets the reset off the crossbar, and Slip.
But too late. That could be on. An absolutely insane.
Can he bring this one together? He's on the ball, sends it up high.
Oh,
Are you kidding
The
me?
clock is ticking down. They got to keep this one up. Mexi is going to put him in. Porg is there. And he scores!
Can Fuego get there? Yes, he can. The Anderson, but a bump comes out.
Huge bump.
Conundrum effect, no boost. He's going to miss it.
No!
But two committed forwards. Oh, it's saved by Elephant.
But just do an extra step. That's out of the way.
Oh, there it is. Zodak with the hack.
Ortho Super has been absolutely bananas. The
Yes!
Flip reset,
What a
and it's
carry!
gonna be the dunk off the back.
A round of applause. And there we have it. Our season 5 champion.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear they collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
The Ranchera Rhythm find themselves in the winter semifinal, and well, just the semifinal, one of them, and of course, that means that we've altered our casting booth to just me and Tibbles, and Tibbles, the beautiful man himself, ready to watch his Minnetonka Barons win this semifinal and then move on to the grand final and play St. Cloud. But I got a feeling that they're gonna have a tough road ahead of them.
Yeah, I think it sounds simple, just win. But, when it comes to semifinals, especially in a major, when this basically decides a land spot. It actually does decide a land spot. So, for them, this is the biggest game, really, of the season. And, I talked to Timmy before the series. My team, they're confident. They think they'll win. That's obviously good to see. I would hope both teams would hope that they would win. But it's going to be a very good series for sure, and I'm excited for it.
This one has 7 written all over it, or 6. We'll see what we get.
Definitely.
We're moving on into the series. I'm going to leave the cams up for a bit because all 5 players in there, not quite 6, but that's okay. Nevertheless, everyone is of course going to be nervous going to play in that, because this is for a land spot, and this is really where you want to be if you're both of these teams. But of course, both of them very good individually on defense, and that will make a difference in this series.
Yeah, Timmy flick past one. Lawsy again over to Renbo. Renbo pass to Timmy. That passing is good to see from Barons. They're starting early. Timmy again, a miss from Lawsy. That was very unfortunate. Could have been the first blood drawn, but we still go ahead. Renbo just in the corner. Lawsy will collect on that one. Just send forward. Backflip from Wolf. Not going to go for that one. Dicey will instead. They're rocking the Mantis. We love to see it. Didn't quite rock it in the other series, but now he's pulling it out. So, you know, very good to see from Dicey, but for this one, Barons has a lot of pressure. Rochester on this one. Good 50 from Lawsy, past Dicey. Lawsy again to touch it. Over to the middle, Renbo there to receive a shot on target. Right side, it will be in. Just over a minute, Barons score first.
Love to see Minnetonka already striking. And passing plays is what's going to be big for them if they can get going in this series. Rochester, though, had a very, very tough matchup earlier on against Minneapolis. It took them all the way to 6 games, but ultimately, Rochester came out on top, and now they find themselves against a team that is a little bit more well known in Challenger, that's for sure. A team that is continuing to compete against literally every team they play. But Dicey with the Mantis is going to tie the game at 1 apiece.
And an overcommit. That was the problem with the Barons there. Lawsy going for that challenge. He really wasn't anywhere near it. Timmy and Renbo doing their best to get back. But, you know, if there's a player to watch, Stewie, in this game, it's got to be Timmy. You know, he's subbing up with Perma and Lat. You don't really even see a drop in quality. He's that good. You know, almost a 2K peak. So definitely deserves to be, you know, here as well, but also in Premier. So he's got that experience. He's got that, you know, that order there, but Timmy, again, the pre-flip. I've been talking about him so far, and here he is again announcing his presence.
Lawsy, the pass is just perfectly placed. The Barons have it. They have it all down packed. They know what it takes to win games, and look at them now. Already up 2-1, have put up plenty of goals, that's for sure. Needed to win this game, more than enough, and now, if you're Rochester, how do you respond to Minnetonka basically taking over the game so far with the momentum? Still 3 minutes left to go, but I want to see more from Rochester, specifically on defense. They got to clean up some of the mistakes that they're making, throwing the ball away a little bit too much. If Minnetonka continues with the challenge game that they're bringing, this is going to be a tough series for Rochester to put away.
Yeah, but not over yet. A lot of work to do still for the Barons as well. Rochester, they've already proved that they can score, definitely still in this game. And of course, you know, only game 1 out of 7, hopefully. So that's going to be a long journey for either of these teams to win this one. Timmy gets the boost as well. Renbo past 1. Over the corner, Renbo to receive once again. Doesn't have much boost to work with. Trying to get a middle 50 with Wolf. Double commit possibly there. Burf getting bumped away. And that will go back to the Barons side. Give me a lot of time to get it over. Renbo up for that one. I love, you know, a miss from Renbo as well, but I love the idea. Every time Barons get the ball, they go for a pass.
I agree. Looking very, very coordinated. Like they have chemistry with each other. And with them still being in the bracket, making this semifinal, and then possibly looking at a grand final, it really, I mean, with Burnsville not in the picture currently in the major, this is their chance to win it all. This is the time that we could see every team kneel for the Barons, but Dicey does not want, he does not want anything of that. He brought out his boombox, and he's looking to bump.
I love that patience from Dicey. You know, he recognizes that, you know, the defender is going back to the corner. He's not getting challenged right away. He has a moment to stop and think and place that shot. He absolutely does. And the Barons just awkward on defense, can't get back to it. Again, a tie game. This has been very back and forth so far, Stewie. Timmy up past 1. Dicey there again to save. Not a very convincing one. Still off the crossbar. Gets a second touch as well. Timmy, 50. Not getting past Dicey there. Lawsy a shot on target. Wolf be there to receive. Burf getting immediately challenged by Renbo. Barons really want to keep it in the Rochester Rhythm half right now.
They're pouring it on. Really, Rochester struggling to break out. Burf is a player that didn't exactly have the greatest quarterfinal against Minneapolis. Was able to, though, really turn it around in the latter half of the series in game 5 and 6, and that's where he shined and got Rochester through that series. Now Rochester, pretty much, this is a completely different beast. Minnetonka a way-rounded team, and with Timmy in the lineup, this team is just so well organized. But Burf, the demo comes in, and Rochester hype up the boombox, turn it up even higher than they did.
I have to respect that play. As soon as you get the demo, you can see Burf is going for the ground pinch and has it perfectly, barely squeaks it by that post, but that is a great goal. And Barons, they're gonna have to come up with an answer for this one. Barons have really been in the front seat for most of this game, but that is where the tide shifted. That's where Rhythm really took it into their own hands. It's on Barons now to prove that they can tie this game back up. Burf, it to the corner. Timmy, not going to go for that one. Renbo, a backflip there. Wolf, trying to get a touch, but Renbo will bump instead. Dicey downfield. Lozzie there as well off the ceiling. Could be awkward. Demo there. Renbo back to Timmy. Dicey there as well, and even in the Mantis, he's doing work. Wolf to take a shot. Top left bins, top left corner, and Rhythm extend their lead to 2.
Just making every play happen. I love what I'm seeing from Rochester. You know, Tibbles, you highlighted it with Dicey. Now you're highlighting it with Wolf. The slow play pops it up, gets the second touch. It's perfect to the bottom. Of course, that top left side. And I mean, top to bottom, Rochester, an offensive powerhouse performance in this game. Really flip-flopped the momentum. And now, Minnetonka, what kind of answer do they got going into game number 2? Because they're going to be down in the series by 1. But nevertheless, not out of it just yet.
Yeah, definitely not out. This is only the beginning, guys. Game 1, you know. Of course, they're going to come back, maybe a little biased, but no, definitely. I think this is going to be a very close series. I don't think anyone could look at this series seriously and say no, it's going to be a sweep. But game 2, I'm curious to see what Barons' response will be. They had the passes, they had the passing plays going, so it's really the speed, I think, and the positioning as well. Dicey, with that goal, you know, I said he placed it before, caught both defenders just awkward on the back foot, couldn't get back to it, not covering that part of the net. So that's got to be the answer for them, is just solid up the defense, and they're looking great on offense, so I think they're fine there.
I agree, and you know, of course, yeah, it's going to be fairly interesting to see what happens with specifically Minnetonka and how they adjust in this series, because they're going to be tested by Rochester on every single aspect, on offense, on defense. So far, Rochester has risen to the task on offense, but Minnetonka still had some very good chances. But I think that we're going to see a different effort from Minnetonka in this game too. It's got to be better, more imaginative to beat this Rhythm defense.
Yeah, a little bit faster from this Barons team. Hopefully Timmy passed one. A little bit awkward. Does get the touch as well. Gets the second too. And Lozzie there to receive it. Dicey in that corner. Waits patiently for it. Lozzie another 50. Won't hit the ceiling. I thought that was going to hit the ceiling, but Wolf does read that pretty well. Timmy, quick 50 on that one. Over to the wall. Renbo follow up again. That could be a big clear for Dicey. Lozzie has to get up for that one. He does get the touch. Wolf to receive. No, it'll be out on the corner. I love that pressure from Rhythm. You know, they're doing a very, very good job of keeping that pressure there. Timmy, that could have been a chance to go left side. Not going to take it. And, you know, still 0-0 so far in this game.
Far side ball. Dicey last back, though. Will get some help from Wolf. Now Burf with a beautiful pop touch downfield. Going to press this Minnetonka defense. Look at this, squeeze the life right out of them. But Dicey in the Mantis, a shot on target. And really, Rochester doing a good job of testing the defense. Burf off the side corner. I think he reads this himself, and he did.
Wow.
I mean, just wow.
Yeah, wow. No, the camera didn't switch, and I didn't quite see what happened, but Wolf, ready for the pass, doesn't even need to pass that ball. Burf is there for the follow-up as well. Dicey coming through, just bigger. That Mantis is doing works here in game 2.
You can see the passion in these guys. The cams are beautiful from Dicey and Wolf. Both players are wanting to win this series. As I mean, why wouldn't you? This is for a land spot. This is for a chance to play in front of a live environment. You know, to test your limits. And right now, Rochester testing Minnetonka on defense, and they just can't break out of this kickoff phase. Wow. That's 3. I mean, unbelievable so far. It is really just on the kickoff. Rochester Rhythm. They cannot be slowed down right now. It really, this is their series this game to lose. Already up 3-0. Maybe Minnetonka has an answer, but they got to respond in a faster way than they are. Maybe it's with Blasi with a shot, but that Rochester defense, they really put up a wall, and it is tough to work your way through. Of course, the sledgehammer is what you need, but you need something bigger than a sledgehammer to take down that box. I think Tibbles is killing a spider, which, hey, we need to kill the spiders. We do not want them in our rooms. It's not a good thing to have, but nevertheless, it's not a good thing for Minnetonka to be down by 3. All 3 players, though, with them all veterans of the league, so they know what to do. I mean, Ozzy and Timmy, they're Ozzy's second season, Timmy's second season, well, and Renbo is previous. Veteran experience from them, but so far it's Minnetonka just can't break through. Timmy, though, looking for 2 off the backboard, trying to find a touch, but no boost in the tank. And what I'm starting to see from Minnetonka is every single imagination that they have on offense being shut down by Rochester just based off of boost numbers. And the challenge game from the Rhythm looking as clean as it has ever been, and this major is just all theirs right now. What is this pop touch from Burf? They can't stop him.
Wow, yeah, Dicey. Big pass over Burf. That touch as well. Lozzie, the defensive mastermind himself, can't even read that one. And Rochester, I come back to a 4-0 lead. Wow, they are absolutely taking it to the Barons right now. Game 2 is definitely going their way. Burf off the wall. Double touch on that one. It's a little bit of, I think, a flip reset as well. Maybe Wolf up past 1. Renbo will be there to meet it. Barons hopefully mounting an attack on this one. Timmy, 50 there, trying to drop it in. Burf as well on the back line is solid there as well. And a reminder, this series is for LAN qualification. No play-ins needed. Renbo, a shot on target, saved away by Burf. Rochester are laying it down on the field, but an own goal. Lozzie will get the credit. The Rhythm are letting the Barons back in.
A little scary, though. 4-1. Minute 23, and that's a free one given by Burf. Fortunate for that. But still, nevertheless, Burf gonna give them one for free. At the end of the day, they're still up by 3 goals, and still plenty of time for them to kill. But Barons have a little bit of life in game 2. This would be huge for them if they can come back and win this and even series. If they go down 2-0, then it becomes even more of a challenge than it already is.
Yeah, Barons have a lot of work to do. Wolf off the crossbar on that one. Dicey to follow up. Burf the last one back. He circles back perfectly for that one. Barons get a really big clear like Lozzie just did. Could be an issue. Timmy, a bump away. Lozzie shot off target. That was their chance to cut that deficit in half, and it was blown away. Renbo up for that one. Timmy fast to it. Still a 50, but Rhythm have all the control right now, all the time. Burf, not a second touch. Lozzie will get it instead. Off the backboard, Wolf will collect, and 30 seconds left, Stewie. Barons still haven't scored another goal.
They need one literally right now. It cannot come at a later moment. A miss, though, and a double commit in the corner will not help their chances. Wolf will clear the ball to the far side, and Timmy just going to give the ball all the way down the field, and that's going to kill a solid 5-6 seconds. And now Minnetonka out of time. Rochester looking at a 2-0 series lead. This is getting a little scary for Minnetonka because they're down 2-0, but honestly, it's still anyone's ball game.
Yeah, definitely. I think, that game for Rhythm was very, very good. Obviously, they played very, very well. They won 4-1, and the one goal that Barons did get was an own goal. So, it does appear that we're switching servers. So, it'll be just a minute until we get that set back up. But Rhythm really laid it out there on the field. Like I said, this is for LAN qualification. They want to get there. You can tell they want to get there, and they're proving why they should be there.
I agree. Looking at the post-game stats, 3 goals from Burf. Burf really, for me, Tibbles has come into his own in this series, has stepped up from his previous quarterfinal performance. This is a completely different animal. And Rochester, they look very, very potent right now. Dicey with 4 saves, Wolf with 5. But one thing that's scary, though, is the 4 and the 5 saves. Eventually, Minnetonka's going to break through. And when Rochester, when they get hit with that hard shot from Minnetonka, it's going to be scary. Definitely.
It's going to be scary, but Barons will have to face it in order to get to that land. That's the gatekeeper right here, is Rochester with those 2 wins in their belt. Barons, oh my, I was going to say Barons need a response. It's not going to matter. 6 seconds in, Burf, a good touch off the wall, collects it on the back wall, and just doubles that in, triples even. And Burf already making another statement in game 3.
He gets bumped into it, and yeah, PC check.
Oh, was that a bump?
I think it was a bump. PC check
from
Burf. That one was fairly interesting, but nevertheless, you know, if you are of course, side of Rochester, this is exactly what you want. Dicey, the general manager of this team, this is what he wanted out of his roster, to make a grand final, to make another one. If they're able to win this, they're back in the grand final from Major 1, and they have a different opponent, a team that has not, you know, seen them in a while. But Minnetonka wants nothing of that. Timmy, what an angle on the far side.
When you're going against this Baron squad, very strong squad, Timmy just so fast to that ball, drops it in, no one there from Rochester to collect. Barons, Rochester up 2-0, and yes, Burf scored a clip. Maybe he got bumped to it, maybe he did. Barons, they're not going to let that go. It's not going to be that easy to get it through. Timmy on the back line, Dicey coming through. Again, Timmy passed one. Lozzie there to try and get it through, but it's still in the Barons' corner. This could be awkward for them. Burf shot off target. Timmy clear out. Over to Renbo, can't quite get the touch. And Stewie, this Rhythm team has rattled the Barons. First game, we saw these passing plays going back and forth. They were playing very, very well. Now, it's almost like just get the ball out. Just get the ball out of our half so the Rhythm is not on us anymore.
I agree. Rochester doing a good job of being annoying on offense to deal with. It just seems like they constantly have a challenge in the midfield, like a pass out to their teammates, and Minnetonka just can't buy a break at the moment. Dicey, upper 90, and a miss came out from Minnetonka, and that's a free open net for Dicey to hit.
Not only one miss. Both Lozzie in the midfield and Renbo missed that as well on the save. So, Barons, that's not a good goal to concede. That's obviously there's never a good goal to concede, but that has got to feel bad, and that's one you really have to come back from. Timmy, downfield maybe here, Renbo there, but Burf is just faster. He has really stepped it up in this series, like you said. Lozzie past one, not going to get it past one as well. Wolf with a good challenge, Burf there as well. And Rhythm, they're pressing every time they get the ball, but Timmy here on this one, flip reset possibility, will get it. But Wolf able to just stand on that back line, defend it very, very well. Burf, great touch up to himself, can't get the follow-up. Renbo on the back wall, Dicey awkward. Shot from Timmy. Renbo again with a shot. Still very, very awkward. This Rhythm defense has kept them in the series.
Nerves are peaking right now. Both teams missing balls. And yes, Rochester really, the team has risen to the occasion in this major. Really have stopped up. And right as I say that, Renbo strikes and gets the second tally for Minnetonka, who are able to even up the game and not let things get out of hand.
That's really the perfect play the Barons needed. You know, the pass in to the midfield, the miss, maybe the fake, that the Rhythm respect. That's the thing. This Rhythm team definitely respects the Barons despite them winning. They went for that challenge. They assumed that shot was going in. It didn't go in. They missed the ball. Renbo had the follow-up. That's what they need to do. They need to fake out Rhythm a little bit. But instead, Dicey is going to get the bump on Renbo. Wolf going to put it through to regain that lead.
I can't do anything wrong right now. They got the 2-on-1 and just abusing their numbers. That's something that Rochester does so well, is when they get the opportunity, rarely do they ever miss it. And I want to see that from Minnetonka too. I want to see them abuse their numbers when they get these 2-on-1s, but they're having such a tough time getting a 2-on-1 against Rochester, who are so organized on defense. It's hard to break them down, but if you can work through that and break them down, bait them out, get them out of the net and get them challenging you, you might have a little bit more success.
That's how they scored that second goal. That shot on target baited them out. And then the follow-up was in. Lozzie, a little bit awkward. Maybe a bump from Timmy as well. Barons, if they go down in this game, it's not looking good. They will need a reverse sweep. So this is crucial that they don't lose this game. Timmy to collect on that one. Gets immediately challenged. Renbo awkward on the back line. Lozzie has to hit it off his own crossbar. Timmy to follow up. Zero boost to work with. Little pinch on the ground. Dicey there. Not going to get a touch. Burf to the corner. Burf again on the second touch. Renbo trying to get it out, but Wolf says no. Wolf to the middle. Timmy, it's not going to be to his teammate right there. Easy clear for Timmy, but a little bit awkward for the Barons. Nobody is really going forward except for Timmy. You know, you can tell Timmy is trying to get those plays going, but it's just not quite working so far. It's over a minute left on this one. Burf, possibility chance. Going to be over off the crossbar. Over the corner, Dicey, over the crossbar, or corner, excuse me, again. The follow-up in the middle. Lozzie, collect that touch from Dicey, trying to get it up. But Burf is just beating him every single time. A good shot from Renbo, but it's saved away once again.
The miss, though, from Timmy in the corner. Another miss from Renbo now. Dicey, what time can he kill? 50-50 from Wolf, though, won't clear the line for Rochester. Now you're in a dangerous spot, but these misses, Tibbles, from Minnetonka are hurting them a lot.
Yep,
they need to work
absolutely.
on consistency in the series. Otherwise, the series is going to slip away from their grasp, and pretty soon we'll be calling Rochester into the grand final. But Timmy not willing to give that up just yet. Going for a bump, trying to create some sort of offensive chance. But Minnetonka cannot get a handle on the ball, and they can't get a clean shot. Rochester making things as difficult as possible.
Good save from Dicey, just clear it downfield. Lozzie trying to get that to the side. Renbo there, but Dicey is just beating them to every ball. Double commit from Barons again. Shot not on target from Burf. Renbo will collect in the corner, trying to get it through. 10 seconds left for the Barons. They need to score one to tie up the game. Dicey through the corner. Renbo again there, trying to get it middle. It does go middle. Timmy not there. Is Lozzie there to follow up? He won't be too far back. And Rhythm take a 3-0 lead in the semifinals, Stewie.
One game away.
One
Match
game.
points for Rochester. About to sweep their way into the grand final and play St. Cloud, but I still don't think it's over. I'm going to be honest. You cannot call this series over. Honestly, Minnetonka, every bit of life, even gave a chance at the end with very little time remaining. But yeah, honestly, this could be a sweep, but we're looking at a challenge definitely for Minnetonka. They got to climb the mountain, Tibbles, and it's a tall one at that. You're looking at Everest times about 2.
Yeah, and actually, Rhythm only had one more shot than them, so it's not that Barons are getting outshot. They're not constantly playing defense. It's just that when they get the ball, it's just like they can't get any offense going. Rhythm are so good at disrupting those offenses, getting in the midfield, getting possession there, getting passes to teammates. Dicey has been a very important there. He leaves the mechanical work and the shooting work to Burf and Wolf. And he's just that glue that gets the team together, disrupts the other team, and makes it easier for his teammates. And even in the Mantis, he's doing his exact job that he needed as GM. You can't ask for anything more. I'm sure he's very happy about the performance, but I'm sure Timmy and company have something up their sleeve.
They got, going into the 4th game, Rochester all trying to sweep their way into the final, and it's looking over for them. But Minnetonka, no lives remaining. This is it. If you lose this one, you're done, and your major's over, and you're looking at play-ins. And Rochester would secure their land spot. But Rochester, honestly, have hit a new level in this series. With the timing of their plays is just perfect in every aspect. Demo's on the far side of the field. They're finding dunks on the corner, and Wolf, that's a free open net. He's going to hit that 19-9. He's going to hit that 99 times out of 100.
And when, you mentioned it before earlier in the series, Barons are missing balls that they should be hitting. They should absolutely be hitting those. Timmy, a miss on there. Lozzie, a miss there. That directly contributed to the play where they scored. they can't get these misses under control, but they absolutely have to, because that's why Rhythm they have a sweep opportunity right now. That is exactly why. If Barons can get it together, hit these balls, get the nerves, chill out a little bit, get those passing plays together, they have a real chance. But not if they give it to their team. Timmy, a good sense there to get back for that one. Does get it away. 0 boost to work with. Little touch back. Wolf there almost goes in. That could have been disastrous for the Barons, but they hang on.
The pinch comes out. Timmy, though, with the only one with anything in the tank. Now it's going to be tough. He gets the corner, but Lazi having to expend a lot of his boost. Now 3:35 to go in game number 4. Plenty of time for Minnetonka to get something together, but Rochester is on the offensive attack, and that's exactly where they want to be. They want to kill this lockdown and move on to the final if they can, because it just means that they're in a better spot. The demo comes out. Lazi, his shot is low, and Minnetonka able to string something together and even us up.
And Stewie, that goal feels like, it feels like the Barons haven't scored in 50 years. I gotta be honest. That goal changes everything for them. It turns the tide. They're tied back up in the game. They have a chance to come back now, and it really gives them that confidence. Lazi, a good pass over to Rainbow. That could have been another one. But, you love to see those passing plays happen now. And I think this is where the floodgates open. This is where they realize, what they've been doing. Chill out a little bit. You scored a goal. It's all tied up. Wolf giving the ball to him. Double touch opportunity still through. Renbo waiting in the goal patiently. Goes to Burf. Again, saved away. Timmy bumped on that one. And the back, the back defender as well bumped. 2 defenders bumped on that one. But Minnetonka here have a chance to punish Rochester for that push. And they will not. Getting demoed for that one. Timmy has to make a save. Burf and Dicey going through. It won't matter. Timmy can't get a touch. And Burf will just drive that through into the goal.
My hands are in my head right now. It's so unfortunate. Timmy backflips, tries to hit the ball, but Burf just drives right by him. He's like, see ya. I guess you're not making contact. I'll just drive the ball, walk the dog into the net. But off the kickoff, Timmy with possession tries to get over Burf, but Rochester, their challenge game, so good in this series. They've done it all, literally every single game that we've seen. They're constantly winning 50-50s or getting the ball by the opposition. And now, if you're Minnetonka, you got to key in on something different. It can't be challenges. You have to draw out Rochester more on defense, expose their overcommits. Every team does it, but maybe physicality is what you need to resort to. Lazi going to get a demo on Wolf to try and give you something, but again, there's Rochester to clear their line.
Yeah, double commit again from the Barons, and I actually really liked that play that they had just a few seconds ago. Someone went on the Rhythm. They went for a dribble. That's a shot from Timmy, or Lazi, excuse me, going to be saved away. Rhythm went for a dribble. One player from the Barons bumped them, and they made them awkward. Burf off target on that one. That could have been lights out for the Barons. Still could be Timmy to save away. 1 minute and 30 seconds, just about 90 seconds here. Barons still, down 1 goal, and they've been in this situation before, just last game. They need to find something different than what they've been doing. Rhythm have just been so consistent. They knock out everything. Their rotations are perfect. They're always on defense. But here,
he reads it! Oh my God!
He's not even there, and Burf is showing up at the exact right time for the Rochester Rhythm.
Look at the man himself! Free flips all the way down and reads the backboard touch. 1-3. Minnetonka out of lives, out of time, and out of goals. If they can't find one here, it's over. I mean, right now, Rochester pouring it on, and they can't do anything wrong. And we're looking at a sweep, unless Minnetonka has an absolute miracle with 56 seconds.
This has got to be one of the most impressive series I've ever seen in a Challenger League. Rhythm, I say firing on all cylinders a lot. They are firing on extra cylinders right now, Stewie. They're overclocked to the max. I can't even believe what I'm seeing.
They got extra ones. They got more. They got more for us. They're pouring it on, and there's not much you can do at this point. 5-1 with 44 seconds. The series is not over. 100%. I mean, if you're going to stage a comeback, you got to do it now, but you're running out of time.
Definitely running out of time. That is the least resource they have right now. 40 seconds, even less so for 4 goals. That's just about 1 goal every 10 seconds. It's going to be a hard ask for this one. Wolf putting on pressure. Lozzie, clear out over to Timmy. Timmy trying to put one on target. Dicey there just waiting, and nobody is there for the physical play. And they really, Barons, they need to be aggressive right now. 20 seconds for 4 goals. It could happen still. Timmy gets the boost. Burf missing on that one. Wolf, they're just going to run out time. It doesn't matter. Renbo goes for it, but it's too late. 10 seconds left. They don't have any time saved away. Time is counting down for the Barons. You can see it. Timmy stop moving, and Rhythm, as this just about hits 0 seconds and drops on the ground. Wolf going to keep it up, but Barons get swept. In the semi-final, Rhythm have secured their place at Grand Finals and the LAN in the end of July as well. That live event that everyone wants to be at. This was their chance to secure it, and they absolutely have.
An incredible series from the Rhythm. I mean, so well-rounded. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
I can't believe what I just saw.
I mean, honestly, just clean as ever as you can possibly make it. So well done. They were. I mean, I can't even put it into words. The cleanest sweep that we've seen in a while. The games were close in the front half of the series. 1 through 3, all close games, but Perf again a hat trick, and that really is the difference for me. He played lights out, absolutely perfect on offense. Couldn't miss a shot, and that's exactly what they need going into this final, Tibbles. If they're going to win this thing, they need every single player firing on every single cylinder they got. But right now, it's looking like Rochester has got a lot of extra cylinders.
Yeah, they played very, very well in that series, and you know, for that other team, in the grand final, I would be scared. If I was them watching the series on stream, I would be very, very worried right now. So yeah, for them, that's going to be a great grand final. I can't wait to watch that. And Rhythm, that performance was out of this world. Semifinals, secured their place at LAN. They knew what was at stake. Both teams knew exactly what was at stake, but Rhythm, we both thought it was going to go to Game 7, or at least Game 5, Game 6, you know, something. But a sweep, Stewie. I still can't believe what I've just seen.
So clean. Now we got another best of 7. One final to kick off the night. It's going to be an absolute blast. Of course, looking at it, it's the Major 2 Grand Final. And we've gotten the teams that were correct. It is the Rochester Rhythm taking on the St. Cloud Flyers. Winner taking Major number 2. And we have a new champion from Major number 2. Major number 1 was the Burnsville Inferno. They're unfortunately knocked out. But keep it in your minds, friends. We will be crowning a Major MVP at the end of this series. And I think I have a player in mind for me, depending on who wins. But we'll see. we'll see, Tibbles. But yeah, it's going to be an absolute blast. And honestly, Tibbles, me and you again. I'm excited for it. 5 more minutes, and we'll see you guys then.
Kiss me like citrus and fire, burning slow and sweetly. Too shy to call you alive when you said you need me. In a week from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt myself trying to love you. You're gonna hurt me too. Kiss and tell me to go soon. You're gonna hurt me too. You're gonna hurt me too. I feel like I've got such sad eyes, looking so pathetic. My anxiety sounded scraping against my necklace. In an hour from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt myself trying to love you. You're gonna hurt me too. Kiss and tell me to go soon. You're gonna hurt me too. You're gonna hurt me too. You're gonna hurt me too.
We gon' make you move. We gon' make you lose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's open tonight. Let me get funky. Let me get funky. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me get funky.
Let's do it, friends. One final matchup is all it is for Major 2 for Challenger. We've gotten all the way through our bracket, and now we're into the grand final. And it should be a good one. We just saw the Rochester Rhythm win their semifinal match. Now they have a different opponent in the St. Cloud Flyers coming from the other side of the bracket. Tibbles, anything you're expecting in this series? Because the Rhythm just hit a different level in that last one.
Rhythm, you said they win their series. I don't think that even does it justice. They absolutely dominated that series. Going through against Barons, they came into that major. Barons came in 1 point ahead of Rochester. So to win that convincingly, that is a statement to me. And St. Cloud has to be watching, worried about their future grand final. And if Flyers can win this grand final, that would be huge going into play-ins. Not quite a land spot, Rhythm and Burnsville confirmed for those, but it would be very good momentum, to take out a team that has already secured land going into play-ins. That's got to be scary for the other play-in teams.
Oh yeah, looking at this bracket, of course, there you see it, the Flyers and the Rhythm. And right now, I mean, honestly, it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm really looking forward to what we're seeing from the Rhythm and maybe what we see differently from Veltri and the Flyers. But the Flyers are just honestly making it through the Atlas and then taking out the Maulers. The Maulers tested them, but the Flyers ultimately came out on top. The Rhythm just hit a different gear in that last series against the Barons, able to sweep them through. And this is where we end up in that grand final, all best of sevens. And this last one, it's for it all and all the points, and this is huge because the Rhythm are already at land no matter what. They've guaranteed themselves a spot, but land's just land. You want to be a major champion, and this is where you can do it. This is your chance. I'm going the Rhythm, and I'm going to say it's going to be in 5 games. I can only see the Flyers taking 1. We saw a sweep last night in that last final, Tibbles. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm thinking Flyers I'm thinking Rhythm in 5.
I'm going to say 6. I think they take 2. For the Flyers, I do think Rhythm will overcome that. But let's get this series started. We'll get the players in. And, for Rhythm, if, Burnsville, they won Major 1, already secured land. If Rhythm can win this series, this best of 7, win the Major 2, and go into land, already qualified for that with Burnsville, and both of the teams that won Majors already qualified for, that is a huge boost for them. You don't want to lose this. Still going to land, of course, land is all that matters, really, that qualification, but you want to have that confidence that you won the major to bring into land.
I agree. This is where you do it. This is where you do it. And Rochester, they lost the last grand final they were in Major 1, and they lost it in Game 7, and they were so close. But this time, it's a different story, and it's a different Rochester Rhythm, and they're going to strike first already.
Man, when I talk about this Rhythm team, I describe Dicey as the glue. He's the one that makes it awkward for the other team. This time, he's going to be the one shooting. He's going to be the one scoring. And he's, again, off the kickoff, 2-0, not even 30 seconds past. And still in the Mantis as well. Not even his main car. So Dicey is popping off right now for his team.
Mantis buff is real. Fusion Bleach used it. I know the man is listening and watching as his fellow Mantis is going to take to this series and take it into his own hands. And right now, Rochester coming out swinging. They got the momentum, but St. Cloud going to have to wake up and work through, of course, what they did in that other semifinal so long ago. And right now, this is a great shot, but they're going to hit the post and follow up, the bump comes out, but there's another save, and that Rochester defense plagued Minnetonka all throughout that last semifinal series. Now St. Cloud's going to have to deal with it. They got to be a little bit more, of course, imaginative. They got to think about their offensive chances and try and string something different together to take down the Rhythm, because it just seems like the Rhythm have hit a different form than the one that they're going to need to win this game.
Yeah, the mechs are on point there. Not a good touch from Lord. Could go the other way. Wolf. Actually, no, Burf will be there for that challenge. And Rhythm. Pass from Burf. Over there. Wolf up for that shot. won't quite get it. Dicey up for it as well. Not going to get the double touch. Rhythm, so good at following each other on those touches. They play as a team. They move as a team. Wolf almost getting beat on that one. Ren trying to 50 it through. Lord off the backboard again. And St. Cloud will have to try again. A little bit awkward for that. Wolf right there getting blocked off. But again, Burf will save away in this corner.
And yeah, it's Rochester playing mind games at the moment, not willing to give an inch. They're forcing St. Cloud to play defense right now. And St. Cloud not getting a ton of chances on offense. And JTV said it in the first semifinal. At one point, Bloomington just couldn't get anything going, and it just seems like they never have a chance to put the ball on target to get a clean offensive opportunity. St. Cloud having to deal with that right now, and if Rochester is going to win this series, they're going to do it in the front half. They're going to take away any hope that St. Cloud has. And right now, Dicey with 2 goals to start off, shooting 2 for 2. St. Cloud having to deal with a mental check, that's for sure. Maybe Velstry gets one, but that one not on target. The follow-up from Ren's not clean enough, and now you got a counterattack for Rochester.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the illustrious Rochester Rift. Dicey almost faking that one through Veltri. He does make the save. Rochester Rift. They move as a team, they score as a team, they defend as a team. This Rochester Rhythm Challenger team has been so good. Wolf not quite communicating that touch. Dicey not going to get a touch on that one. Opportunity for Lord the other way. Burf will save away. This Rhythm team moves as a team and again defends as a team. You will never find one by themselves. You will never find a player by themselves out in no man's land in a 2v1. They're always there for each other. You can see it here. Dicey downfield. Maybe a demo there. Ren has some time. Pass one. 50 pass another. Wolf there. Lord up for this one. Has a chance. Little touch. Veltri to follow up. Trying to get it through. Can't get the touch. Ren off target. Veltri to follow up. And it still doesn't go in, Stewie. Rhythm. How have they not conceded yet?
St. Cloud's throwing everything that they can, but I don't know how Veltri wasn't able to turn that one in. Now has a full possession and a boost, but the ball not going to go. Now double commit. Follow-up from Lord is there, but it's weak, and Burf has a free save, and it's got to be better from St. Cloud. It's got to be a stronger shot on net. Now, so far, the Rhythm with their 2-goal lead hanging on. That's what they've done all of this entire major in this bracket. Get a lead, hang on to it, but Veltri, maybe playing spoiler, gets one on the board, and now St. Cloud in a chance to, of course, maybe even this game up.
Yeah, and a little bit awkward as well. Dicey not getting that 50 quite right, and for St. Cloud, they're going to take that. Obviously, they're not going to complain about it. They have a lot more work to do. Rhythm, goals against Rhythm don't come easily, even for the Barons, who have, they're notorious for scoring a lot of goals. Could barely get past the Rhythm, even in the best of times. Ren up for this one, trying to get it through. A veteran of this league, has experience to get through, and even he can't score that one, but 30 seconds left for the St. Cloud Flyers to try to get something through.
Oh no,
First
there's 2
shot from him, not going to be on target. Wolf trying to get it through. He makes that save. Last one back. Another follow-up, but Burf, Rhythm, the whole squad are back.
And you finally get that one-on-one that Tibbles was talking about with, of course, only the one player back in Wolf, and he makes the perfect play. Able to get the ball to the side and turns it away, and now Rochester gonna hang on and win this game with the goal at 1 second, and that's all they need. All the way downfield. The ball gonna go all the way in the net, and Rochester up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, that last goal as well, just insult to injury, Stewie. That the game does end, it will roll and hit 0 seconds at the same time. Rhythm will take game 1, and for that, very, very convincing, and on defense as well. They're still solid. I thought, maybe there's a question from me, about whether they can contain that momentum, that, how they popped off in semifinals, whether they can bring that to grand finals, because grand finals, that's it. That's all or nothing. That's it to win it. Those nerves start to come into play, but Dicey, Wolf, and Burf, there was maybe one miss that whole game from Rochester's doing. I just can't even fathom how well they're playing right now.
It's perfect. It's perfect gameplay all the way around. They really can't make a mistake at the moment. The Flyers give it a shot. I mean, they had a good, of course, dunk midfield and got something out of it, but still, the Flyers need to break through, and Wolf gets kicked, unfortunately, and we'll have a couple seconds here. Out, but nevertheless, yeah, it's got to be just a little bit cleaner, of course, for the Flyers. They got to put the ball in the back of the net a little bit more than they did, but yeah, it's finally back into the game. Wolf has joined us back in this in game number 2, and we'll see what Rochester brings out, Tibbles. But if you're the Flyers, how do you come back from this? Your mentality is of course being tested now, and Rochester's on a complete high that they've been on through the entire semifinal.
I think St. Cloud will have prepared for this. They came in as a mid-table team. Rochester been on top of that the whole time. Here they are 9 seconds in. Ren scoring first, making that statement first. St. Cloud, I think they're prepared for this and have a response prepared as well.
That's a great start. 9 seconds in already, able to get on the board, Tibbles, and I got to think that the Flyers are showing some resilience, and this is, I really do not believe this is going to be a sweep. I was predicting Rochester in 5, but that's just because Rochester has a ton of momentum, and they're really stringing a lot of their plays together perfectly. Their bumps are coming in at the perfect amount of time. They're of course their infield passes are perfect, and they're finding the upper 90 on their shots. And I mean, even just the backline defense, like you were saying, with they play as a team, they defend as a team, they score as a team, and they're really their comms have to be absolutely perfect right now. But they're down in this game, and now St. Cloud willing themselves back in.
Yeah, St. Cloud doing as much as they can to keep themselves in this one. Burf trying to get it past one is immediately challenged. That's exactly what they need. Ren following up on it. Pass over to Lord. That's just going to be in. And this is the first time that Rhythm have really been challenged all night.
St. Cloud, what a pass out of the corner from Ren. Lord able to slot it to the bottom middle and an open net. St. Cloud with a response. They're not going to go away. And Rochester now down by 2. It's a complete flip from the first game. But I fully expect Rochester to respond early. And already off the kickoff, they got something going. But I like what I'm seeing from St. Cloud. An adjustment has been made. They're letting the ball, of course, go by them. But Lord going to spawn in and make a save off of Wolf's long clear downfield. And St. Cloud with the adjustments. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that was almost scary for Lord. I wasn't sure if he was going to get back to it, but he does. Is aware over the situation. Dicey, a little bit awkward. That interaction with Burf there. Lord catching that one in the midfield. Valtteri following up to the corner. Dicey there as well, getting bumped by his teammate. Double commit. Ren off the backboard, trying to get it through. It's still not a clear chance for the St. Cloud Flyers. Valtteri again, Ren up for it, gets beat by Burf. Wolf to follow up. Still has control in the air. Pass one. Double tap off the crossbar. Dicey to follow up. It will not be in. Wolf there again, and it's saved away. Rochester this close to scoring their 3rd goal of the game.
I firmly expected him to have that read. He dropped it down, hit the crossbar, an unfortunate bounce. And now Rochester can't break through, and St. Cloud gonna thank that post for saving them, because it absorbed. I mean, the crossbar absorbed the double tap, and the post absorbed Dicey's shot. But I fully expected Dicey to just put that in with how he's been shooting in this game. And even this major has not missed a ton of shots. And one player that has really quieted down and slowed down so far is Burf. And where does he come in? If he wakes up, what is St. Cloud going to do? Because we saw what happened to Minnetonka in the last series when Burf woke up. And now, I mean, it's all gonna come to a crashing halt if St. Cloud can, of course, play a little bit strong defense against that Burf, that train when it shows up. Losing my words.
That Burf train, I think, once it arrives on that station, It's going to be a different story. That package delivered is going to be goals for Rochester Rhythm. I think that's what they're missing right now, that final puzzle piece. They're getting it in good spots. You can see they're getting it in the corner, trying to get middle, trying to get passing plays through. The infield passes are on point, but Burf not quite there to finish it off. Veltri, Lord, off the backboard, saved by Burf. St. Cloud almost getting up again.
What a denial by Burf on the goal line. Pre-jumps that double tap from Lord. I thought that was in for sure. Lord had a great touch, but now a beat comes in. He hits the post, and Rochester cannot buy a goal off of the corner. And the post is just absorbing everything for them now. This is a big test of their mentality, because if they can't get anything to go through the post, it's going to wane on them. And they're going to be thinking about it. But, I mean, the Flyers will not give up anything. They're definitely paying that post, Tibbles. It is doing wonders for them, working overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. But that shot from downfield, he scored a few of them against the Barons in game 1 as well. And, you know, to secure that win. And there it is again. And they're back in the door. And I apologize earlier. I did say Wolf almost scoring their 3rd goal. That was St. Cloud. They are in the lead 2-0, not Rochester.
Goal game with 47.
2-1. 2-1.
What do the Rhythm have off this kickoff? They don't have control. And St. Cloud with a great touch off the backboard. But now Wolf, what can he find on the redirect? The follow-up from Dicey, bottom left! And the Rhythm have come back and even this game up at 2.
That's all it takes, Stewie. That moment of hesitation, Veltri awkward. Ren trying to go back, just be that last defender just in case. It doesn't matter. Dicey gonna put that one in, and they're back. They're on equal terms once again. That lead, that momentum that St. Cloud were trying to carry through, it won't matter. It doesn't matter to Rochester. They're still in it. You can never count them out. And here, they have a chance with just about 30 seconds left to take game 2.
20 seconds. Clock ticks away. Ren, a huge miss on that corner, looking for that touch in the midfield. But now Wolf drops it down to Dicey. They get a beat, but Lord is last back and makes the important touch. Wolf testing the defense again, and now 8 seconds. Veltri will be dunked by Burf in the midfield. Now Lord having to block Dicey's touch. We're looking at overtime, Tibbles, unless Wolf has something in his tank. What does he have on the far side? Burf keeps it up. They don't want to keep it up. The Rochester Rhythm are all in on this attack. Lord gonna drop it down, and 3 players from the Rhythm in that corner. If St. Cloud were to work their way out on that, that could have been a 0-second goal, but nevertheless, overtime.
Yeah, that might be their way in, you know, just waiting for those overcommits. But, Stewie, we were talking about that the whole series, almost in from Veltri, is saved away by Burf. We were talking about that the whole series against the Barons. You know, maybe they overcommit. They never did. Burf, save on the goal line. It doesn't matter. Can't get another touch. Lord will score. They finally break through once again, and St. Cloud will tie up the series.
They get one on the board. The fake comes in. Lord gets credit. Veltri made it happen. Nevertheless, St. Cloud on the board. They won't go away. And able to take this game number 2 in overtime. Now Rochester tested for the first time tonight. And I got a feeling that you know, of course, this is really, yeah. Veltri saying this is grand final level Rocket League in chat. 100% it is. We're definitely in the grand final.
Absolutely.
The fakes.
Yeah, this has been absolutely insane. You know, both teams, Rhythm coming in with a vengeance. That momentum they brought in from the semifinals, sweeping that through. That is pretty unheard of in semifinals, especially in a major like this. Flyers, they've done very, very well. I'm very impressed with them. You know, despite how unstoppable Rochester looks, St. Cloud are still there for it. They're still in this series, still trying to get through, and they have a game to show for it. But game 3, we always talk about how pivotal this game can be. Of course, games later in the series can be as well, but this one is very important to set the stage for the rest of the series.
Game number 3. What will we see from the Rhythm? Will they take the lead in the series, or will St. Cloud take the lead and take the momentum? They're able to win game number 2 in overtime, but still, St. Cloud testing Rochester on defense. The follow-up from Lord is wide, and that was an open opportunity, Tibbles, that they're going to want back. And no idea what, of course, the imagination is from Rochester on, of course, offense. On defense, though, they're starting to overcommit, and that constructive defense is starting to hurt them. And now, if you're St. Cloud, you're exposing things, but the follow-up from Dicey is missed in the 50-50 in the midfield. I think Rochester was going to want that one back, because that should have been a goal 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely going to want that one back. Good save from St. Cloud. Again, trying to get it through. Dicey awkward on that one. Lord gets it past him. Just through. Wolf with that save on the goal line, trying to get it past. And Rochester doing their best to keep it out. Wolf downfield. Lord will collect. St. Cloud doing a lot of, very, very well on possession, trying to get it through. Veltri in the middle. Rochester player there again to challenge. They just seem to be there every single time. Wolf up for that one. Double touch opportunity again off the wall. And not going to happen for this one.
3:37. What do St. Cloud have left in the tank? Still contributing on defense and on offense, but honestly, if you are St. Cloud, you're able to even up the series, but you're still working against a mountain that is Rochester. So good in every aspect of the game. Rarely do they make mistakes, but Veltri, though, wanting to make something happen. And St. Cloud, a really well-rounded team that in their own right, made the grand final for a reason, and they're finding plays and they're making things happen on the bottom right shot from Veltri. Absolutely perfect pass in the midfield.
Dicey, I think he was expecting that to go high. Problem is, Veltri just puts it low. Definitely sees that happen. And, for them, that's got to be really, really good St. Cloud. And for Rochester, they're going to have to find an answer to come back on this one.
3 minutes still left to go. What do Rochester have left in the tank, or is St. Cloud going to take away the series and go up 2-1? Otherwise, I mean, if you're Rochester, you've had all the momentum in every single series you've played. You've really been the team that's been at the forefront. A flip reset, and somehow Veltri saves it. That would have been an incredible play from Wolf if he was able to string that one together. But 2:31 left to go, and Rochester got to be careful here because, I mean, there is no such thing as a bracket reset in this format. It's a best of 7 for everything. If your mentality starts to go when you're losing games, it will definitely hurt you. But Wolf looking for a double off the backboard. Long clear downfield from Ren. Now, St. Cloud going to play with this 1-goal lead. They're forcing Rochester to overcommit and overextend. Dicey, though, with an open net. Can he find it? He can, and Ren can't make the touch. And the Rhythm have answered back.
Double touch from Dicey, getting that through. Getting it off the backboard, reading it. Ren, a miss from him. That's catastrophic. But Dicey, his car is catching my attention. Man's wearing a cowboy hat in the skyline, mixing cultures, whatever. It doesn't matter what car. He will get it done, and they tie this game up in Game 3. But of course, they have a lot of work to do. Just under 2 minutes for this one. Lord trying to get it through. Double commit on there. Wolf playing it patiently. Lord trying to get it through. Another demo as well. Ren to follow up. Wolf gets that touch. How does he save it and clear it at the same time from that position?
The dunk from Wolf all the way downfield. Wolf broke away and gets the lead for Rochester. 1:36. Rochester now flipped the script and they're making the plays.
All the way downfield. Rochester getting it done. It doesn't matter. One chance. That's all they needed. And now all they have to do, waste a minute and a half, which they're very, very good at. That could be dangerous. Ren will equalize bottom left corner off kickoff.
These teams are just back and forth. Nobody giving an inch. Nobody wanting to make the mistake that loses them the series. But, I mean, we're in Game 3, and this is a swing game, but St. Cloud not wanting to give it up. They want to go up 2-1, but it just seems like kickoff plans are the way to win and score goals at the moment. We'll see what Rochester can pull out, but St. Cloud able to answer back, and they're not going to let the game get away from them. They're in the grand finals, and they want to be here for a reason, of course. And now, if you are Rochester, this has got to be your most concerted effort for this entire tournament if you're going to win it. You lost the last time in Game 7. You want to change that and go down a different path and win this, and hopefully not in a Game 7, but you just want to win the series and win your major that you've worked so hard to earn. You've been in both finals. and you gotta win one, right?
For Rhythm, yeah, you gotta hope that you win at least one of those. Burf doing his absolute best to make that happen. Stalemate possibility. Dicey through off the corner. No touch from the St. Cloud Flyers. Burf places that perfectly through the defenders, and there they are in the lead once again.
Does the Flyers have any sort of response in this end of this game? If you are the Rhythm, you gotta hang on right now and and hopefully not show any nervousness, because if you do, St. Cloud's going to capitalize on it. They've done it all series long so far in the front half. They really have done a good job of exploiting Rochester making mistakes on their defensive side. And St. Cloud, though, have gotten better and better as the series has gone on. And they're starting to wake up. The double commit from Wolf and Burf. And St. Cloud capitalizes again and ties with 10 seconds.
Off the ceiling, the ice. The Rhythm have had the ice all night long, but in this game 3, when it matters most, when it matters the momentum for the rest of this series, they fall. St. Cloud find a way through. Bump on Dicey. Ren to follow up. Wolf with the save. That could have been it right there. St. Cloud trying to get through. Wolf bumped away, and Stewie, we go to overtime in game 3.
Winner of this gets the lead in the series, and in a swing game win, this would be massive for the Flyers if they can get this lead. Right off the kickoff board, though, the shot's not going to be on target, and Rochester, you squandered the lead away with 10 seconds, and it's Veltri once again. He's been terrorizing Rochester Rhythm players, and even the entire franchise, this entire grand final so far with late equalizers. And normally, it's Rochester doing that in their semifinal series. That's what they did perfectly to Minnetonka, was score late. And now it's Rochester with the dunk from Burf, and they go up 2-1.
The touch from Dicey, the double there, Burf to receive it perfectly. It's like they're telekinetic. They can just read each other, it doesn't matter. Lord knows that's in. He knows he can't touch it, and Rochester will go up in the series in the grand final.
2 games away. And oh boy, I mean, if you're Rochester, that's a massive win, Tibbles, because you squandered the lead away with 10 seconds, literally 10 seconds on the clock, and you're able to win it in overtime.
Wow.
And that's a mentality check, and you passed. You definitely passed that test because you win it in overtime. But Wolf with 7 shots by himself, able to will Rochester into a game win. But these are some high scoring games. 7 goals in this game, Tibbles, and we're only looking at the 4th game of the series. We're in for a ride. I'm looking at I mean, my prediction still reigns true if Rochester wins 2 in a row, but honestly, with how it's looking right now, St. Cloud has every bit of chance.
Yeah, they do have every bit of chance. They've absolutely proved that. Went blow for blow with Rochester this game 3. The problem is, yes, they blew that lead in overtime. It didn't go their way. They lost that game 3 overtime. Losing overtime sucks. You know, I'm sure you know this, Stewie, but it absolutely sucks. If you win, you're on a high. You can get through, carry that momentum. If you lose, all right, you have to regain. You have about 30 seconds to figure out, all right, what do we got to change? What went wrong? What can we do in this game 4, St. Cloud? Still, like I said, going blow for blow with Rochester. Probably the closest series that Rochester has played in all night. And for the Flyers, they have every chance, but they have to prove it.
See what we got. Game number 4 loading on in. St. Cloud down in the series. They still have plenty of life left, though. Have shown a constant comeback potential and ice in this series. And we'll see what they can bring out. But honestly, Rochester has done the same, but the passing plays from St. Cloud have just been a thing of perfection. Now they get a double demo. Rochester, though, spawns in and still clears their line.
Wolf, the 1v1 here, flicks it past, crossbar,
oh, it goes
just hits the
out.
post as well, doesn't go in. They were that close to making another statement in game 4, but we go again. Lord, shot, no, it's gonna be off to the corner. Again, a follow-up, Veltri there as well. Dicey out, Wolf has a chance here, gets the boost. Lord by himself, trying to race back as Veltri over to the middle, gets a touch to the corner, ran a demo, that could be crucial, a 50 once again, and Rochester again putting pressure on St. Cloud.
4 minutes to go. Dicey gonna keep the line going, and now Ren getting demoed for his efforts. Now Valtteri last back has to make a save, and another demo on the spawn, and Wolf will slam it to the bottom of the net. And I mean, Rochester, they're pressing. They're looking for the physical plays. They're changing up their game plan, and it's working.
They have everything, Stewie. They have the physical plays. That's hard to master when you're trying to keep your rotation tight. They do it anyway. Their defense is there. Their offense is there. Dicey, a 1v1 again, has to take the 50. No boost to work with. On that one.
God.
Clears the other side. Lord there to follow up. Get back. St. Cloud answering. Quick succession.
What in the hell is this pitch? All the way down off the backboard, and Lord is just ready for it. What? What are we witnessing? What am I witnessing right now? I mean, Ren, that is just an unbelievable play. Now Burf finding the pass. Wolf, though, looking for a bump on Lord. Can't find it, and Ren into the corner. 3:37, the follow-up from Burf. I mean, Rochester just peppering St. Cloud's net right now. Honestly, keeping every chance they get, but St. Cloud, when they get a 1-on-1 and they get a 2-on-1, they're really capitalizing on it. That's what I want to see from them. You know, you got to use your numbers, and that's the only way you're going to beat a team like Rochester is to work on getting into 2-on-1s, into 1-on-1s, and winning those 1-on-1s.
I love that play from Burf in the corner. Lord up for this one. Maybe has a chance. Ren trying to clear the field off the goal. Won't get it through. But I love that play from Burf, you know, in his own corner. Just wasting time for his teammates to get back. He's so self-aware, can get that touch. Burf again, off the sidewall, no double touch. Dicey, fake here. Veltri trying to get it through. Off target, will be off the post. Again, still a tie game. Lord trying to get it out. Wolf there on the double tap, trying to get it middle. Burf, not a good shot. It will be off target. Ren backwards getting that clear out. And Dicey will go back to square one in his own half.
80 boost all the way down the side wall. Looking for two, trying to keep it in touch. And now Burf, I think, got a dunk on that. That's an open net. What in the hell is Rochester doing on offense? Look at
a
this.
Double commit as well. Burf gets that 50. Dicey is just there for it. What an anomaly play on this one. But Rhythm won't care. They go up ahead with just half of the game left.
I mean, this is just... this is back and forth. Teams creating plays out of literally nothing. And Rochester getting the lead, looking for the 3-1 lead in the series. Trying to go on match point. They're doing everything they possibly can. Dicey can't miss.
The next level has been achieved by Rhythm. 50 there, Burf to the corner, Dicey follow up once again, open net to shoot at, he's not gonna miss that one, and again, 10 seconds ago they just scored, they're gonna score once again, and St. Cloud find themselves 2 goals down.
2 minutes still left on the clock for St. Cloud to come back, but they just don't have an answer at the moment. They're trying to pass the ball, but things are just not working out. Rochester has an answer, but maybe it's Veltri to will them, to will his team into a tied situation in the series and in this game, but they got to worry about getting 2 goals first before they even tie the series. And right now, Rochester clearing their line every single time. It just seems like they constantly have a perfect touch on the ball or a 50-50. And so far, the Flyers being tested in every single aspect of their gameplay. It just seems like St. Cloud failing to rise to the task. And for now, offense on the side of them, and they're trying to find that goal that gets them back in. But a minute and a half, Rochester has killed a solid minute before that even happened.
Yeah, this is just a testament to the Rochester defense, their rotation, their mentality. St. Cloud are putting on a stellar performance, I have to say. And Rochester are dealing with it perfectly. Burf, again, to the middle. Dicey to follow up. Will fake that one. Double commit on the side of St. Cloud. Wolf to follow up with the aerial play. Off the ceiling, trying to pinch it down. He's there. Dicey will score instead. And Rochester have taken over this game. A 3-goal lead with less than a minute left.
Dicey has taken over this game. The hat trick from him, 3 out of 4. And the general manager throws on the gauntlet and says, I'll do it myself. It's fine. Dicey gonna get the fourth for Rochester. They look to go on match point. And so far, it has been all him. He has really shown up in this grand final. And his teammates, though, making the plays for him, giving him open opportunities. And he really has capitalized on it every single time. But for me, it's honestly an own goal coming out from Burf. Belcher gonna get credited, but it's honestly been Burf and Wolf setting him up, and he's hit the shots.
Yeah, he's just been there for it, and a little bit of an own goal from Burf there. Veltri will get the credit for it, and I was just going to say about 10 seconds before, Veltri had a fairly good shot on target. It didn't go in, maybe missing that one, but an own goal will put them back in this game. 2 goals, 30 seconds, very doable. Ran up for this one, pinch off the sidewall, trying to get it through. 0 boost to work with now. Middle, one there, trying to get it through. An offender was there, but Wolf again with the save coming up clutch. Wolf following up on that one. Trying to get it through. Ren up. Trying to get it to the ceiling once again. Follow up on it. 10 seconds left. They need to get it out. They can't be going for mechs like that. Burf keeping it up. Ren
what a save!
Through. 2 seconds left. They need to score now, and it will drop. Rhythm on match point.
1 game away are the Rochester Rhythm from vanquishing the demons that has plagued them through the entirety of this season for every major that they've been in. Honestly, right now, Rochester are on the warpath. They're trying to do it in 5 like I predicted. They're 1 game away. St. Cloud, what do you have left? Honestly, really, honestly, Dicey, 3 of 4. 4 saves, really putting in the Herculean effort that Rochester needs to win this series, to win a grand final. And they're getting revenge from, of course, their major 1 where they lost in 7, and now they want to win, and they want to do it in dominating fashion. Honestly, this is Rochester's series to lose. They are one game away, and that's got to be stinging in their minds.
Rhythm have just found a new gear. This is a level of speed, a level of precision that we have not seen from this Rhythm team. I don't think we've even seen this from this Challenger League. I think Burnsville would have a lot of trouble trying to face this Rhythm team. So again, this is a testament to how well St. Cloud have been playing. But this is it, Stewie. Like you said, your prediction is almost on point. Game, match, point for Rhythm.
1 more. That's all it takes.
One more.
They really have strung the plays together. Every single passing play that the Rhythm are going for is calculated. It's absolutely perfect. They can't miss any shot that they're taking. And for right now, game number 5 loading on in. Rochester 1 game away. Will they win the series here? We're going to find out right now.
Already, Rhythm putting in a lot of pressure. Lord trying to get that one out. St. Cloud really have to rally on this one. Make sure that they have possession, or maybe at least hit the counterattacks. That transitional play can be so crucial. Like you said before, those physical plays, just catching out Rhythm, they have to make that work. But right here, 2 defenders back for that one. A demo on St. Cloud. Ren trying to get it through, a double touch off the backboard. Not going to go through. A 50 from Burf. Lord all the way back. Veltri have to cut across. That's a free clear for Wolf, and they give back possession to St. Cloud.
If St. Cloud gets out to a lead in this game, if they come back, a double commit there from the Rhythm. Now the Flyers eking a ball towards the net. They get there first. And a reminder, friends, we're only into the 5th game. So, like I said, Rochester on match point. But if St. Cloud get to a lead in this game, like they're starting out right now, make sure you're grabbing some popcorn, something to drink. Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, make sure that you're hydrating, getting something to eat while this series is going on. Because honestly, we've been treated to some incredible series tonight. This one, despite it being a 3-1 scoreline, it has not disappointed, that's for sure.
The games have been very, very close. Wolf up for this one.
Double?
Trying to get it through. Almost a double touch. Almost tying up that game there. St. Cloud still in the lead here. Dicey trying to get it through. Ren clear downfield. Beltry, not a good touch on that one. Won't get it. And, that goal from St. Cloud, it was a mistouch from Dicey that gave it away. That was probably one of the few mistakes that I've seen all series from them, Stewie.
Yeah, honestly, they're making many mistakes, but if St. Cloud's going to win this series, they got to start capitalizing on the little ones that they are making.
Yep.
If you can do that, if you can key in on that, it can turn all those little ones into a giant mistake, which is the series loss. But St. Cloud has a lot of work to do. Wolf, though, will go missing, and Ren had an open net, but won't hit it. I mean, ultimately, they may not need it in this game, but a 2-goal lead would have been really useful. More insurance on the book, of course.
Absolutely. The best chance that St. Cloud have right now is get a very dominating lead. Ren trying to make that happen. Perf falling off there. Gets the save as well. He's been at it all night. Veltri trying to get it through to the middle. Wolf to follow up. Doesn't get the boost. Well, someone else will get it instead. Still gets the clear downfield. Veltri will have to back up on that one. Zero boost again. Trying to get it in the corner. Slow on that one. No momentum. Wolf as well with the 50. Lord will get it through. And St. Cloud finally have some time to get some possession going.
They work out though. Wolf with a sidewall touch trying to find an infield pass. Veltri looking for 2, will get it. Gets by Wolf, gets by 1. But Perf trying to keep possession alive for Rochester. They got to tie this game up. But I mean, St. Cloud doing a really good job of spreading them out. They're not giving them a ton of opportunities. Veltri has to make that save. Perf, infield passer, Dicey. He gets the fake. Now Ren in a one-on-one with Wolf. Wolf doesn't have a ton of boost, but he challenges early. And defense from Wolf stepping up, trying to keep Rochester's hopes of a major title alive.
And that was a very daring play on the side of the Flyers. You know, they're trying to get that fake on the goal line as third. The defender's just going to go for the ball at that point. You know, they don't want to go 2-0 down and possibly concede another game for this one. Big clear. Pass over from Veltri to Ren. Lord will take over. Veltri trying to pass back. Burke putting on a lot of pressure here. You know, scissoring on that one, trying to get it through to the middle. Veltri a 50 with him. St. Cloud trying to run down the clock on this one. 1.5 minutes left. That's all they need to do to get through, to get to game 6, maybe to game 7. There's still work to do. Lord, good touch there. Trying to follow up on it. Burf with that double touch through. St. Cloud still trying to find their breakthrough again.
Burf alone will be challenged by 2 players. Look at St. Cloud surrounding Rochester, trying to squeeze them down and get this 2-goal lead. But for right now, they're playing their moment. They're having it. And the challenge, the third man going to go from St. Cloud. They're trying to keep the ball in Rochester's half and whittle down this clock. 50 seconds. Do the Rochester Rhythm have a counterattack left in them that would maybe give them the tying goal? But Burf going to collect in his corner. Will look for a sidewall challenge and maybe an infield pass. So St. Cloud is having none of it.
Absolutely not. St. Cloud want to lock their position in. Don't want to concede that goal, but this could change at any time. Stewie's 30 seconds is plenty of time. More than enough time, I would say, to score 1 goal, but 20 seconds left. 10 seconds went by in a flash. Ren, flip reset possibility. Pass over to Lord. That will secure it. Can't get it. 2-0. 16 seconds. Rochester still have a chance, but it's a tough ask now.
I mean, what a pass from Ren. Stepping up when his team needs him most. Lord hits the shot up for 90. Dicey couldn't get a contact touch. And now, Flyers trying to keep their hopes alive. Have risen to the task so far in the 5th game, but you're looking at game 6 on Neo Tokyo with 9 seconds. Do the Rhythm have anything left in the tank in this 5th game? It's not looking like it. And Tibbles, we're going to a 6th game, and honestly, St. Cloud won't let this dream die.
Absolutely not. That's gonna fall. Excuse me, Burf. Actually, no, keeping that one up. Still up for it. Trying to get one for the road, possibly. That could give them some momentum for Rochester going into game 6. Musty from Lord trying to get it down once again. Still up from Burf, and that will finally touch down confirmation. St. Cloud winning that game 5. And Rochester still, you know, they still have the lead in the series. Still 3-2 to Rochester. St. Cloud with 2 wins so far in this best of 7 series. So game 6, you know, still on match point for Rhythm, but Flyers, they made all the difference that game. You know, 2 goals. They waited for those opportunities, Stewie. They didn't force it. They didn't try to make something happen that wasn't going to work. Give the ball away and Rhythm have a counterattack. They waited for their moment and they took it.
The tension is just palpable. I mean, you can cut it with a knife. You can cut it with a butter knife, guys. It's as close as it has ever been. The Flyers, though, with a massive response, and that just shows the resilience of this team. Not willing to give up. They're gonna prove me wrong. They heard me when I said game 5, they're gonna lose this series. And in the end, Tibbles, now we're looking at a 6th game for Rochester. Can they finally vanquish the Demons and put it to bed and win this series and finally claim their major title?
Will they or won't they? That is the question. Game 7, possibility. Rochester don't want that to happen. They could make it happen here. Burt follow up. Not gonna hit it. The miss on defense. Ren almost gets it through. That could have been disastrous for Rochester. Excuse me. Instead, Wolf will receive the pass from Dicey all the way down the field, and that's the transitional play I was talking about all night.
What a pass from Wolf!
That was
and
insane.
He just hits the open net, and I have no idea how St. Cloud does not score that goal. That was a wide open opportunity, and Ren hits the post, and then Burr falls on the ball, makes the save, and Lord wasn't ready for that pinch to come out, and now Rochester with a 1-0 lead, and they're looking to clear this down and get the bumps on the back line, but Ren keeping St. Cloud's hopes alive, trying to will them to a Game 7.
St. Cloud have to keep their wits about them now. Rochester will come back with a vengeance. You know, after losing Game 5, they always would happen. For them, they have to keep it together. They have to stop this bleeding, not concede any more goals, or it could be disastrous for them. Pass over to Wolf. Wolf, 1v1 opportunity once again. Flick, Lord, thankfully for him, takes the back door, gets that save away. Veltri a little bit awkward. Gets a touch past one. Burf trying to get it to the wall. Dicey follow up. Wolf there as well. Not going to get the challenge, but Rochester are following each other. Lord trying to get it through, and Burf will make the save once again.
This is where Rochester's at their best, when their defense is playing with a lead. Ren, though, will clear Wolf out of the field and force him to respawn. Now Dicey, what can he find? Double commit from St. Cloud. They're both going to go. Follow up from Burf is there! And the 50 out of the corner will be taken. And a 2-0 lead for the Rhythm.
Their positioning has been immaculate. When, you know, during that goal, before it happened, I was watching Dicey's point of view. He wasn't going for it. I thought, why is Dicey not going for that ball? That's a very clear ball. You know why? Because Burf is already there and is going to score the goal. They have a player there every single time they need one. And, you know, for them, it's definitely working. I mean, St. Cloud have to find something soon.
This has got to be quicker than it is right now. 3:15 still left to go in the game. In game number 6. If you're just joining us, you have missed a ton of Rocket League. You missed Rising Star, and you probably missed the front half of Challenger. And so far, it's been the Flyers who have came from the top side of the bracket, taking out, of course, the Atlas and the Maulers, getting their way to a grand final, and the Rochester willing themselves through the tougher side, to be honest. The Miracles taking them down in 6, and then, of course, defeating the Barons in a sweep. They find themselves in the grand final. The Rhythm have really made the plays. They've done what they needed to do. And right now, they're finding open nets. 2.5 left to go, Tibbles. St. Cloud on their literal last breath.
The challenge game from Rochester has been next level, second to none. I mean, it has been absolutely insane. And, you know, Rochester had a chance just earlier in the game, about 20 seconds ago. Had a chance to go up 3-0. I thought, wow, if that goes in, that really could be lights out for St. Cloud. They've scored that 3rd goal for Rochester now. St. Cloud have to find something soon. A pass over to the middle, but the middle player gets demoed. Wolf will collect, again in the corner. Has a chance to use his mechs. Plenty of boost to work with. Dicey not going for that one smartly. Has to wait for it. Rochester do not want to blow this lead. They're doing their best to keep it. Another demo. They have all the time in the world. Birth to Dicey. Dicey shot. Veltri will save away, but Rochester have a firm grasp on this game 6.
I mean, they're pulling out. I mean, season 5. You think back to the Flyers in season 5 with Precious Caesar and Immortal. The dunk all the way down, though. Good lord, he will not let this die. Has made it a 2-goal game again.
One slow challenge. That's all it took, Stewie. One slow challenge in the middle, in the midfield. Quick challenge there, shot on target, shot on goal, it's in. They're back in the game. Signs of life from St. Cloud. Veltri trying to defend on this one, gets the boost as well, gets a pass over to Lord. Lord trying to get it through, back to the middle, back to Veltri. Still a clear downfield, but St. Cloud can rest a little bit, well, only a little bit, knowing they're still back in it, but they have a lot more work to do.
They're running interference now, 1.5 minutes. Dicey, what can he find? A double tap out of the corner. Wolf and Burf commit for the ball now. This is your chance for St. Cloud. Infield to Veltri, he pops it. Dicey, though, has the boost to make the clear. And now, St. Cloud, they're definitely on their last breath, trying to find something to go their way. The 50s, though, in the midfield. Rochester not willing to let it die. Dicey has no boost. Veltri will get credit. 1 goal game.
Over a minute left, Stewie. What we thought was a firm grasp. What we thought Rochester had on lock. It is not so. St. Cloud is here to play. They're here to get back into it. Over a minute left, 1 goal game. Veltri on the kickoff. We'll give it to Burf. Burf has boost and time to work with. Veltri, quick challenge there. They're not going to let this one go for St. Cloud. They want to make advantage of what they have. Shot from Dicey. It will be in, and Rochester score another one.
That is a huge goal from Dicey. The massive beat from Wolf, though, and Veltri tried to read it, but Dicey has the fake. And oh my goodness, the Flyers, they gotta get 2 again, and they only get 1 now. Dicey off the kickoff, playing his hand perfectly. The Gambler tries for the block and the bump attempt, but now Veltri in a 2-on-1 with Wolf, but Wolf goes early. Now Ren, open opportunity is blocked by Burf. Infield pass, 42 seconds, Tibbles. I have no idea what Rochester is got to do to hang on, but they're barely hanging on by this little thread.
That thread is all they need. Soft touch from Veltri will be punished. Dicey will put that through. That's a 5th goal for Rochester. Again, the lead extends to 3 goals. And I thought, St. Cloud, they always have a chance. They still have a chance to get back in this. But I fear that may be the end of it.
30 seconds. 3 goals. Again, the 3-goal lead is back from the 3-0 lead. And Rochester gonna take this likely in 6 with 20 seconds. Dicey, I mean, finally they get their win. Finally they vanquish that Game 7 loss against Burnsville. And they do it in fashion style. From the bottom side of the bracket, it's looking like the Rochester Rhythm are your major 2.
Of course. Still technically a chance, Stewie, for St. Cloud to come back.
But with a kickoff.
with a kickoff as well. Not going to happen on that one. Definitely going to be a Rochester Rhythm win, but St. Cloud maybe one for the road for plans on that one. Rhythm already in on land. They're going to be excited for that one. And the Major 2 champions as well. Dicey, once that puts that down, Rhythm will take this in Game 6. And Rochester Rhythm are your Major 2 champions. That was such a good showing.
What a performance. I mean, yeah.
Absolutely.
The fact, though, that St. Cloud made that close at the end. I mean, they brought it back. They really did. They expended everything they had left in the tank. The 3-goal lead from Rochester was just too much. I mean, you got up that 3-0, and then all of a sudden they started creeping their way back in, and St. Cloud really gave them a scare. But honestly, Tibbles, what really did it for me was, if you're going to be a championship team, when you get tested like that in your winning game, and you pass that test with flying colors like Rochester did, you're going to be a champion, and that's exactly what they are.
I mean, this Rhythm coming into today needed... Thank you, Chip. I appreciate that. Rhythm, all they needed today was the best performance of their season. That's what they needed to get into LAN, to get that confidence, win the major, that Major 2. Very, very important to get that championship, to go into that live event. They got that. They passed every single test. I mean, you hit it right on the money. They passed every single test that was given to them. Barons, one of the strongest teams in Challenger. Didn't matter. They're going to sweep them anyway. Rhythm, I mean, they hit a new level today, and I cannot wait for the live event, Stewie.
I agree. I'm gonna be excited to see them, but we've got to crown a major champion, and that's exactly what we did. We've got to crown an MVP though, and I'm still working on that in a second. But nevertheless, I mean, they really brought it. And honestly, if you are the Rhythm, it came from every single player. They made the plays that needed to happen. They found the passes that needed to happen. And as a result, this is what you get. I mean, a title. And that's exactly what you needed. You needed some confidence going into that major event. And honestly, MVP right now for me, all three of them, they really all played perfect Rocket League from start to finish. But we got to crown a different MVP. I have a feeling that honestly, this is a man that has deserved it for a long time. And honestly, for me, is the reason that they were so consistent today. If you don't know who I'm talking about, I'll show them up on screen in a second. Maybe they'll want to interview. Who knows?
Maybe
Possibly.
I'll describe him a little bit. He's a previous LAN winner, on Rochester before. Very, very important. And for that, I think he's done very, very well. Today, he stepped up, more than what he even does normally. Normally, he's the glue on there. But today, he was everything. He was everything that Rochester needed.
I agree. And honestly, I'm about to get it on screen, friends. This is the person that maybe you weren't thinking of, maybe you were thinking of. His teammates both put in very concerted efforts. Your Major 2 MVP for Challenger is none other than the general manager himself, Mr. Dicey. Congratulations to him. You're the MVP.
MVP. Absolutely, no question. Obviously Wolf in chat, Burf, a lot of supporters here. You love to see that. Love to see his fans. They did very, very well. Obviously, I don't want to discount the effort that they put into that grand final, winning this Major 2, going into the live event. But I just want to say, Dicey, he hit that next level. He was exactly what the team needed. What he was shooting and scoring. Usually, maybe he's assisting, but he did everything today. He was there for everything. He made that difference.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. This was one of the hardest MVPs for me to determine.
It was definitely hard.
Honestly,
it's not clear cut.
It could have been all three of them. I'm dead serious, but Dicey made the plays when the reason I won game 5 or game 6, honestly, was finding passes and finding beats out of the midfield, hitting open nets, and even all throughout the grand final was played absolutely perfect Rocket League. You could have given it to Wolf, to a mechanical mastermind himself. Burf hitting some incredible strides, so many shots that were important, and all three of them really, honestly, I'm gonna be dead serious. All three of them are deserving of an MVP. Honestly, they really played perfect Rocket League, and going into this LAN, they're the favorites to win it, despite Burnsville still making it. So, Burnsville and Rochester are your two qualifiers, but nevertheless, it's really gonna be a battle at that LAN.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I cannot wait for that live event. Again, that is a
being dropped.
Yes, of course. You get a
you get a participation
credit
trophy
for that.
Yeah, you get some participation.
Yeah, that live event, July 29th and 30th at St. Cloud State. You're going to see them there. Rochester Rhythm, your Major 2 winners, and Burnsville Inferno, who auto-qualled already. So, going to be very, very good. If you love to see these series, what you just saw, you want to see more of it, definitely tune into that live event because it's only going to get better from here.
That's the money maker, the big daddy of them all, guys. This is honestly the pivotal events that this is the most hyped LAN event that we've had so far. It's supposed to be the granddaddy.
The venue is so sick, honestly, guys. If you can go, absolutely go. Please.
Exclamation point ticket in chat. I just clicked it. Get your ticket now. It's important. You definitely will want to get one so you can attend. And I'll be there. You'll be able to meet me. Maybe cast a couple matches if you would like to. I'm not sure. I am hoping he says yes. I'm hoping you say yes. But bracket. This is how we ended up, friends. Rhythm in 6 in that grand final. And yeah, all of them best of 7s. All crazy series. Tibbles, always a pleasure. Appreciate your time. And we're ended off at like 10. This is exactly when we wanted to be done. So, yeah, appreciate everyone for stopping by. Thank you so much for joining us. for this. And Kibbles, any final things you want to say?
I just want to say we're going to raid Pyro J, who has casted for MNCS in the past, so give him some love in the chat when we raid him. Always a pleasure again, like you said, Stewie, and I'm very lucky to see that gameplay that we saw today. It was another level from Challenger. They hit a new stride. I love to see all the teams come out, and of course, unfortunate that the Minnetonka Barons are out in the semifinals, but Rhythm absolutely deserved that win. I
agree. And thank you so much for joining us. Like Tibbles said, you highlighted everything. And honestly, I'm just so happy that we're able to stream this gameplay, and we're able to bring this to you guys. And tomorrow's premiere, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're only going to get better in gameplay, honestly. It's only going to get more and more sweaty. Another bracket to go through. Of course, their entire bracket. While we have a second before we raid, I guess I can throw it up on screen for you guys, the matchups that we have. But nevertheless, it's going to be very, very sweaty tomorrow. Of course, here's what the bracket is going to look like. Victory Inferno, Senators Atlas, Lumberjacks Barons, and Superiors Miracles. We will have the Lumberjacks and the Barons first on stream, and then we'll go to the top semifinal, and then back to the bottom, and then to that grand final. All best of sevens. Should be a blast. Appreciate everyone for joining us, and thank you so much, and have a great rest of your night.